Chapter 1830, Playing with You, all till the end. Chapter 1830, Playing with You, all till the end. What does it count for? Hoo-hoo, then we'll wait and see. Yi Qingxiang just smiled faintly and was disdainful to explain. But at this time, Li Yiping, who was beside Bian Ziqiu, suddenly walked toward Yi Yuan. I heard Yi Qingxiang say that you're angry? Li Yiping said with a look of amuse. E-M-E-N-T. But Yi Yuan totally ignored him and just said to Yi Qingxiang, Senior apprentice brother, let's go. When Li Yiping saw Yi Yuan treat him like air, he felt very humiliated. He said furiously, Yi Yuan, don't think that you're impressive for defeating He Yuan. He's the weakest among our high-clarity sect's 8 disciples. Tomorrow, your state will be as tragic as Yi Qingxiang. Yi Yuan was just about to turn around. Hearing this, he could not help but turn his head and said coolly, He Yuan should be rejoicing that he was the first to exchange blows with me. Li Yiping's face fell, and he said with a frown, What do you mean? Yi Yuan said coolly, You'll understand very soon. Finished talking, the Shadow Moon Sect party immediately left. Bian Ziqiu caught up, looking at Yi Yuan's back view. He said disdainfully, This guy is a C. Oh, C, KY as before. It's also time to let him know my high-clarity sect's might. Li Yiping said in a chilly voice, Pretentious fool. I'll make him regret today's arrogance. 3 days later, Li Yiping and Yi Yuan's showdown began. This fight attracted quite a few people's attention. Yi Yuan swept away the high-clarity sect's face in the first round. They all felt that this time, the high-clarity sect would not be willing to take things lying down and would definitely act. Li Yiping's strength was very strong. Yi Yuan was sure to suffer. Heck, kid, you're very arrogant, huh? After today, you won't be able to be arrogant anymore. Your outcome will be even more miserable than Yi Qingxiang, that fool. Li Yiping said in a cold voice, Yi Yuan's arrogant attitude yesterday was still vivid in his mind. Li Yiping's anger was stirred up. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he said, A bunch of self-righteous idiots. For the sake of so-called face, you wanted to deal a fatal blow. Starting from today, you all will experience the taste of fear. Of course, you can't feel it right away now. Li Yiping burst into laughter and said, Fear? Ha! This kind of emotion can only be given to others by the high-clarity sect. Just based on your bit of strength, you wouldn't really think that you're invincible under the heavens, right? Yi Yuan sneered and said, Not to the extent of invincible under the heavens, but dealing with you all, these self-righteous fools, it's sufficient. Below the stage, when everyone heard Yi Yuan's heroic words, they had disdainful faces. High-clarity sect's strength was truly powerful until it made people frightened. Just based on a puny little Yi Yuan, it was simply impossible to do it. Disregarding the others, Yang Shen's strength was powerful until it was freakish. In the last round, Yang Shen only used one move and defeated a second firmament celestial deity, neat and tidily. In comparison, Yi Yuan defeating He Yuan with one move was simply weak to the max. The hour has arrived. Begin. Du Rufeng announced. He looked at Yi Yuan very curiously, wanting to see just how many surprises Yi Yuan could still bring him. Without a doubt, Yi Qingxiang's injuries were treated by Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Qingxiang's injuries recover that day, and his strength improving a step further, he got a shock. He touched his heart and asked himself, even if it was himself taking action, it was also impossible to do it to this extent. This kid's alchemy, Tao strength, was remarkable. No wonder Treasure Pig would rather not want Lord Little Tong, and also wanted to follow Yi Yuan. Speaking of which, His Excellency definitely also discovered Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. That was why he would stay by his side. Suddenly, Du Rufeng's pupils constricted. looking at the stage, gasping in astonishment. Li Yiping was dead, just the blink of an eye, and he died. Li Yiping didn't react at all, and his head hit the ground, already. Really too strong. What's 64th place? The profound realm tablets test simply doesn't work on this guy. Below the stage, many people still had not reacted to what was going on. Li Yiping's strength was sufficient to rank around the 20th place among these 64 people. Even he did not react, let alone the others, especially high-clarity sect's disciples. Each and every one of their faces were ugly to the extreme. Yi Yuan was provoking them. Bian Zichou's face was almost distorted, extremely frightened in his heart. His strength was slightly stronger than Li Yiping's, but it was already limitedly strong, around 10+ ranking. Yi Yuan could instantly kill Li Yiping. He could naturally one-shot him too. To think that they were still pledging in all solemnness before, saying to teach Yi Yuan a good lesson. Thinking about it now, it was simply a joke. Bian Zichou suddenly recalled the words Yi Yuan said just now, and his pupils could not help constricting. Now, he really experienced the taste of fear. Yi Yuan was clearly here to stand up for Yi Qingxiang. He was definitely inside the certain kill list. Rather, Yi Yuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart at this time. Luckily, Yi Yuan did not go nuts in the first round. Otherwise, he would not be able to stand here now. Of course, he did not dare to express this sort of emotion. Yang Shun's expression was gloomy to the extreme, and he said in a solemn voice, starting from the next round, everyone who meets Yi Yuan, admit defeat straight away. Leave this kid to me. As if afraid that everyone was not vigilant enough, he emphasized, must admit defeat straight away. Don't give him a chance to attack. Remember, it's everyone. At this time, high-clarity sect's rank 2, Qin Tianlin frowned and said, Yang Shun, how to do it is our business. It's not your turn to tell us what to do. This Qin Tianlin was a peak, second firmament, celestial deity too. His realm was similar to Yang Shun's, but he was not Yang Shun's match. This bamboo groove martial conclave. He was also a hot candidate to enter the temple. According to past situations, he could definitely get into the top 5. Toward Yang Shun's words, he was very displeased. Forget about the rest. He did not think that his strength could not even cross swords with Yi Yuan. As high-clarity sect's number 2 figure, he had his own pride too, making him admit defeat immediately. He could not afford to lose that face. Yang Shun gave him a glance and said with a cold snort, if you want to seek death, that's up to you too. Qin Tianlin was just about to speak, but then he heard high-clarity sect's elder say in a solemn voice, Tianlin, do it according to Yang Shun's words. This kid is very dangerous. Entering the temple is our ultimate goal. Tianlin's brows furrowed, and he answered, all right. Although he agreed verbally, he was very disapproving in his heart. He examined himself. If caught off guard, one-shotting Li Yiping in one move could also be accomplished. Yi Yuan was merely using this kind of method to frighten the high-clarity sect. In the end, Yang Shun and the elder were afraid. Truly disgraceful. Yi Yuan walked down the stage lightly. Yang Shun's figure moved, blocking Yi Yuan's path like a ghost. You're courting death. Yang Shun said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan looked at Yang Shun and said with a smile, these words your high-clarity sect has already said many times. It's too bad that after all is said and done, it's all big talk. Moreover, it was you guys who provoked me first. Yang Shun said in a cold voice, you think that you're invincible by comprehending spatial law, do you? Others could not tell. How could he, Yang Shun, fail to see it? Yi Yuan smiled faintly as he said, invincible or not, I don't know, but since you all want to play, then I'll play till the end with you all. If I didn't guess wrongly, you made him directly concede defeat, right? You can try, see if they have the chance to concede or not. Chapter 1831 You all. Can T even admit defeat? Chapter 1831 You all. Can T even admit defeat? You can try, see if they have the chance to concede or not. These words were akin to a heavy hammer. SMAs. H.I. plussing onto the hearts of high-clarity sex people. If Yi Yuan said these words the last time, no one would take it seriously at all. But now, he had this confidence to say these words. One-shotting Li Yiping with one move, this was not what everyone could do. Yang Shun's two eyes narrowed, shooting out two cold rays of light. This Yi Yuan was too rampant. Suddenly, Yang Shun's gaze landed on Bailey Qinyan, and he said with a cold smile, "If I'm not mistaken, this is your lover, right? Ha! Do you think that only you can kill people?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, expression turning gloomy. How strong Yang Shun's strength was, Yi Yuan was not clear, but he absolutely would not underestimate the other party. It was true that Yi Yuan was confident, but he was never arrogant. If you want to kill me, feel free to come and try. Although my Shadow Moon sect can't match up to your High Clarity sect, we still have this bit of backbone. Yi Yuan had not spoken yet, and Bailey Qinyan already spoke up first. Yi Qingxiang also said coolly, "At most it's death. Even if the three of us all die, 3 lives for 7 lives. It's also more than enough to break even." Yi Qingxiang's words had just landed when Jiang Shuiyan actually showed a rare support for Yi Yuan as she said, "Your high-clarity sect's face can't be provoked. Then can my Shadow Moon sect be trampled upon by anybody?" Yi Yuan looked at the 3 people rather surprisedly, not expecting that they were actually so supportive. Was this still those people he knew? Bailey Qinyan was still all right. She had pride in her bones. Yi Yuan could feel it. But Yi Qingxiang and Jiang Shuiyan indeed greatly exceeded his expectations. Hearing this, Yang Shun's expression was ugly to the extreme. He suddenly discovered that the high-clarity sect's domineeringness already forced the Shadow Moon sect to twist into a rope. These 4 people's stances were to fight to the bitter end with the high-clarity sect. Yi Yuan looked at Yang Shina and said coolly, "You hear that? My Shadow Moon sect's dignity is similarly not allowed to be provoked. Since you all picked the fight first, then you have to be prepared to be counterattacked by us. Let's go." Finished talking, the Shadow Moon sect's few people immediately left. Returning to Upper Groove Court, Yi Yuan's expression was not as composed as before anymore. "Elder Su, is Yang Shun's strength very strong?" Yi Yuan asked. Seeing Yi Yuan asked, only now did Su Yan let out a sigh and said, "I still thought that you had anger going to your head and was blind with arrogance. It was not that he did not know the danger of provoking the high-clarity sect like this. It was just that he similarly did not want sully the Shadow Moon sect's reputation. That was why he did not stop it." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "The high-clarity sect is bullying people too far. We merely stayed at the Upper Groove Court, but they wanted to take people's lives like there's a great enmity. Senior apprentice Sister Zhang's luck in the first round was a little better and didn't run into the high-clarity sect's people. But once she runs into them at the back, they'll definitely still deal a deadly blow. As for senior apprentice Sister Bailey, Yang Shun probably won't let her off either. Even if I don't do this, they won't let us have an easy time too." Yi Yuan saw it very penetratingly. The high-clarity sect was this domineering. They felt that their face was more important than anything and did not allow anyone to tower above him. The Shadow Moon sect staying in the Upper Groove Court touched that sensitive nerve of theirs. They did not give Yi Qingxiang a chance to admit defeat, immediately taking off his lower jaw when they came up. This already explained everything. It was precisely because of, so that Yi Yuan had killing intent aroused. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Su Yan's brows knitted tightly together. Clearly, he did not think as thoroughly as Yi Yuan. Yang Shun is known as the high-clarity sect's #1 genius in 1 million years. His strength is very formidable, but just how strong it is, apart from the high-clarity sect's people, no one knows. Normally speaking, disciples taking part in the Bamboo Grove martial conclave, the disparity in strength would not be too great. Of course, there are exceptions too. You're one, Yang Shun should be one as well. Su Yan said with a solemn look. Yi Yuan fell silent when he heard that. Everyone did not speak, quietly looking at him. Little Tong also looked at Yi Yuan very curiously, wanting to see how he would resolve the present situation. After a moment, Yi Yuan's gaze swept across everyone's faces, and he said, Senior Apprentice Sister Jiang, I'll refine a jade thaw purple heart pill for you and help you break through to become a second firmament celestial deity. Jiang Shuiyan's eyes lit up, immediately feeling inexplicably surprised. She did not think that she could actually obtain the jade thaw purple heart pill too. Actually, when Yi Qingxiang got this medicinal pill, she was very covetous, but she knew that Yi Yuan's impression of her was very bad. So she also gave up hope, did not expect that under this kind of circumstance, Yi Yuan actually wanted to help her refine. Su Yan said, It's no use like this. Second firmament celestial deity is equally too weak to stand up to the compet. One, Tian in front of him as well. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I naturally know this. So starting from today, I'll help you all refine medicinal pills on one hand. On the other hand, you all have to accept my special training. And the goal is to admit defeat before I kill you all. Everyone was taken aback when they heard it, not expecting that Yi Yuan thought of such a method. Yi Yuan saying so was equivalent to saying that he felt that his strength was very close to that of Yang Shun's, or even stronger. But is this possible? Similarly, a peak second firmament celestial deity, Yang Shun's strength far surpa said Chen Tianlin's. This indicated that his law's comprehension was definitely exceedingly strong, far surpa sing those in the same rank. Ha, kid, you're playing a joke with their lives. Little Tong could not help disparaging and being cynical when he heard this. But Yi Yuan said coolly, whether it's a joke or not, you'll know very soon. In a blink, more than a month said. 8th round, Yi Yuan finally ran into a high-clarity sect's disciple again. This time, it was the rank 6 Peng Huan. His strength was not that high. He was only an initial stage second firmament celestial deity, being much worse than even Li Yiping. It was naturally even less possible to be Yi Yuan's match. With the lesson drawn from Li Yiping's failure, Peng Huan naturally chose to directly admit defeat. Hence, after Du Rufeng announced the start of the match, Peng Huan opened his mouth straight away. It was just a pity that he only spat a word out of his mouth, and his eyes began to turn lax and could no longer speak. Yi Yuan's sword was too fast. Below the stage, there was the sound of cold air being sucked in. Too strong. If one was to say he could succeed the last time against Li Yiping because he was not prepared, then this time it was completely the manifestation of strength. You all can't even admit defeat, still call yourselves what #1 sect? Yi Yuan looked at Yang Shun, his words full of scorn. Yang Shun glared at Yi Yuan and bellowed, Yi Yuan, you force me. Yi Yuan ignored him and immediately left. In the 17th round, Yi Yuan slew high-clarity sect's rank 7 Wu Min with a sword again. In the 25th round, Yi Yuan similarly instantly killed with a sword against Bian Ziqiu. Halfway through the compet, 1. Tian, the high-clarity sect, already had 4 disciples who died under Yi Yuan's sword. Each one of them wanted to concede the moment they came up, but no one could do it. Yi Yuan's sword was much faster than them speaking. High-clarity sect's elder and Yang Shun were practically going insane. Chapter 1832 Time Law. 1832 time, law, perhaps it was a coincidence, or maybe the Shadow Moon sex numbers were too few. Halfway through the compet, 1. Tian Yangshen did not meet a single Shadow Moon sect disciple. However, there was no hiding in the end. In the 28th round, Yangshen matched up with Yi Qingxiang. Currently, more than half a year's time already said since the Bamboo Groove martial conclave started. Yangshen came in front of Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "I've waited half a year for today. Today I'll let you have a taste of your fellow apprentice dying in front of you." Finished talking, he turned to Yi Qingxiang again and said, "Last time, I let you escape to disaster. This time, you won't be so lucky. Wanna blame Yi Yuan that he shouldn't have provoked my high-clarity sect." But Yi Qingxiang laughed when he heard that and said, "I've long said before, my Shadow Moon sect's dignity is likewise not to be trampled on. I can die, but the Shadow Moon sect's face can't be lost. Of course, the prerequisite is that if you can kill me." Yangshen's face fell. He discovered that he could not gain any verbal advantage in the slightest. He actually came because he wanted to see Yi Qingxiang's nervous and frightened appearance. But he completely could not see it from Yi Qingxiang's face. This kind of feeling made him very frustrated. In contrast, the high-clarity sect's disciples were long already killed until they were terrified. But even if they were terrified, they were still unable to survive from Yi Yuan's hands. Unable to even admit defeat. One had to know the disciples that Yi Yuan killed were all the high-clarity sect's future sect pillars. Because of Yi Yuan's slaughtering, this season's Bamboo Groove martial conclave's arrangement was already completely messed up. Apart from him and Yi Yuan, this first camp, the second camp's compet, 1. Tian became abnormally fierce. Of course, Yi Yuan even gave all of the sects a big gift. These sects that originally had no hopes of obtaining a spot had hope now. Yi Yuan looked at Yangshen and said, "Coolly, you saw it that we don't fear death. So why threaten us with it? Save your unfounded sense of superiority." Yangshen's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Stop pretending. When you step into the ring, I'll see if you guys can still smile." After 2 battles, it was finally Yangshen and Yi Qingxiang's showdown. Presently, as long as it was the Shadow Moon sect and high-clarity sect's confrontation, it would draw great attention. But today, it was Yangshen's first time facing off with the Shadow Moon sect's disciple. It was naturally a major topic of discussion. On the stage, Yi Qingxiang was long already drenched in sweat, cold sweat pouring profusely on his forehead. This was not that he was scared, but that the pressure Yangshen brought to him was too great. This kind of pressure, he had only felt it on one person before. That was Yi Yuan. Before it started, Yangshen's aura had long already risen to the peak, dormant above the 9 heavens. As long as the announcement was given, he would give Yi Qingxiang a lightning blow, and absolutely not give him any chance to admit defeat. Below the stage, the disciples all had solemn expressions. So strong. Turns out that this is Yangshen's true strength. In the past, no one could force him to use his true strength at all. Now, it was forced out by Yi Yuan. Separated by the protective grand array, I even feel that I almost can't breathe. Similarly, second, firmament celestial deity. Why is the disparity so great? Different from Yi Yuan's calm and collectedness, wispy and etherealness, the feeling that Yangshen gave people was unparalleled domineeringness. Begin. Du Rufing's voice had just landed when Yangshen's entire person was like an arrow that left the strong Brandis. Plussing his saber and hacking towards Yi Qingxiang. Under Yangshen's peerlessly daunting world power and tyrannical law of savor, Yi Qingxiang was virtually unable to move. Yi Qingxiang's brows furrowed, feeling tremendous pressure. But he did not admit defeat straight away, because he knew that Yang Shen definitely had something else up his sleeves. Although this level was strong, it was not strong enough to the extent of making him unable to concede defeat. One had to know, similarly second firmament celestial deity powerhouse, wanting to make the other party unable to even say, "I admit defeat," 3 words that was extremely, extremely difficult. Suddenly, Yi Qingxiang's pupils constricted. He felt that everything around slowed down. Even when he wanted to open his mouth to speak, he became extremely, extremely slow, as if in slow motion. The entire world, only Yang Shen alone, was moving. Time law. Yi Qingxiang was incomparably shocked in his heart. What's wrong with Yi Qingxiang? Has he been frightened, silly? Yang Shen's blade is already in front of his face. Why is he still not moving? Below the stage, the group of disciples was totally uncertain what it meant, completely not understanding what happened. In their view, Yi Qingxiang already became an idiot who did not know how to move, reaching his head out for Yang Shen to chop. Bang! A tremendous rumbling sound came over. Yi Qingxiang's body flew out backward. "I admit defeat." Yi Qingxiang's body was in midair, but spat these 3 words out of his mouth. D-A-M-N it. How can you possibly block it? How could it be blocked? "I'll kill you." Yang Shen bellowed, "Russ." H-I, plussing over toward Yi Qingxiang once more frenziedly. But right at this time, a surge of powerful world power appeared out of thin air, directly blasting him flying. He already opened his mouth to concede defeat, so you mustn't harm his life. This time, it's just a warning. The next time you commit it again, kill without mercy. Du Rufing's voice was very calm, like he was stating a very normal thing. Yang Shen crawled to his feet, his face having an extremely reluctant look. At this time, Du Rufing's voice sounded out once more. "This fight, Yang Shen wins." Yang Shen's expression was grim until it was about to drip water, his face not having any joy after winning. His objective was to kill and not to win. The emotions that Yang Shen ACCU mulat for half a year was to erupt in this fight, but he actually failed. This outcome, he was completely unable to accept it. Just now, at the last critical moment, Yi Qingxiang actually released divine essence out of his body, manipulating his sword to block the certain kill blow. His time law could slow down the flow of time around Yi Qingxiang, but there was one thing that he could not slow down. That was divine essence. Of course, this was because Yang Shen's time law skill was lacking. Otherwise, Yi Qingxiang would be hard-pressed to escape death too. Yi Yuan's figure floated up, arrived beside Yi Qingxiang, and fed him a medicinal pill. The current Yi Qingxiang did not have an intact spot on his body from head to toe, his appearance even more miserable than the last time. But he did not die. With the medicinal pill entering the abdomen, Yi Qingxiang's injuries improved slightly very soon. I really didn't expect that this guy's trump card was actually time law. Mentioning this, Yi Yuan also had lingering fear in his heart. Time law was the same as spatial law, both being supreme laws. They were extremely hard to comprehend. Apart from heavenly Empyrean, immortal grove, it was still Yi Yuan's first time seeing time law. Just one look, and Yi Yuan discerned it. This time law was indeed extremely difficult to deal with. Under time law, everything was beyond one's control. Just now, Yi Qingxiang did not have any strength to retaliate at all, and could not even speak. This half a year of special training was indeed not in vain. Yi Qingxiang did not have any dejection, but was rather excited instead. For him to be able to avoid this calamity, it was entirely because of Yi Yuan's half a year of training. It was also precisely because of this training that the 3 of their strength all made substantial improvement. This half a year, they cultivated under the horror of death every day. It was also precisely because of this training that they knew just how strong Yi Yuan was. Chapter 1833, Disjointed Generation. 1833, Disjointed Generation. In this half a year, Yi Yuan only unleashed one sword against them every day. This sword was peerlessly powerful, sufficient to take their lives. At first, including Bailey Qinyan, they could not even move a muscle. If Yi Yuan had the intent to kill, they would have long died until they could not be any more dead. One could say that this half a year's time, they would tour the gates of L once every day. When it just started, Yi Qingxiang and Jiang Shuiyan's spirits were virtually about to collapse. Under such a swift and fierce sword, they did not have the strength to resist at all. That kind of powerlessness put them at a loss on what to do. Ever since entering the sect, they had always been proud children of heaven, regarding themselves being head and shoulders above over others in all respects. When had they thought that they would be so powerless when facing a peer? But as time said, they were already numbed. They already got accustomed to Yi Yuan's might and began to try finding ways to crack it. Yi Yuan's objective was very simple. As long as they could have a chance to concede, it would do. Today, Yi Qingxiang did it. In reality, this half a year's time, their strengths also soared by leaps and bounds. It was just that they did not detect it. Yang Shen stood on the stage, furiously until his entire body was shaking. Yi Yuan slaughtered half of their high-clarity sex people already, but he could not even kill a single one. This sense of humiliation made him virtually about to go mad. Arg! Suddenly, Yang Shen raised his head to the sky and howled. Glaring at Yi Yuan, he said, "Next time, you guys won't be so lucky." Yi Yuan looked at Yang Shen and said coolly, "Although time law is powerful, it's just a pity that your skill is still lacking. You can't kill a single one." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought the heavily injured Yi Qingxiang and slowly left. Time law. It's actually time law. No wonder Yi Qingxiang seemed to be dazed just now. Turns out that it's time law. My G-O-D, spatial law, time law. These two supreme laws appeared at the same time in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. It's just a pity that Yang Shen still failed to kill Yi Qingxiang. This Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, the high-clarity sect, really suffered heavy losses. Following Yi Yuan uttering a sentence, the crowd exploded all at once. They did not perceive just now that what Yang Shen used was time law, because time law was only targeted at Yi Qingxiang, changing the flow of time within his proximity, so it was very hard for outsiders to detect. Of course, people who were extremely sensitive toward heavenly Tao could detect it, such as Yi Yuan. Yang Shen's grand and heroic words ended in failure in the end. Although his injuries were extremely severe, when the next round started, Yi Qingxiang returned to the ring like he was completely fine. His reappearance caused another uproar. Now, everyone all knew that there was an incomparably powerful alchemist behind the Shadow Moon sect. And this alchemist was precisely Yi Yuan. As long as you could not kill the Shadow Moon sect's people, in the next round of the compet, Tian, he would appear in front of you alive and well. The other sect's disciples were already envious to the extreme towards the Shadow Moon sect's disciples. Presently, everyone would not feel that the Shadow Moon sect only managed to stay in Upper Groove Court because they were lucky. They really had this strength. Or, they should say, Yi Yuan absolutely had this qualification to stay in Upper Groove Court. In terms of martial Tao talent, he comprehended spatial law. In alchemy Tao, he could even refine extremely powerful rank 5 divine pills. Such a person, even a genius like Yang Shen, also paled in comparison in front of him. Luck? It did not exist. In the 40th round, Yi Yuan faced off with the high-clarity sect's number 3 figure, Wei Yuanfei. This Wei Yuanfei was a late-stage, second firmament celestial deity, his strength rather formidable. He even had the qualifications to be ranked in the top 5. But before this fight, Yang Shun exhorted that he must definitely concede defeat. It was just that when the battle started, the development of the situation far exceeded Yang Shun's imagination. This time, Yi Yuan changed his earlier style. The moment he came up, he unleashed incomparably swift and fierce attacks. One move stronger than the last, one move faster than the last, suppressing Wei Yuanfei until he found it hard to even breathe, let alone concede. Yi Yuan utilized the advantage of spatial law and unleashed speed to the extreme. More importantly, Yi Yuan's divine essence was incomparably thick, his breath drawn out, and was best at protracted fights. But Wei Yuanfei was different. He finally still revealed a flaw under Yi Yuan's coercion. In the end, he was killed by Yi Yuan with one sword. That instant when Wei Yuanfei was killed by Yi Yuan, everyone was stunned. If one was to say those people being killed previously were all because the opponent was too weak, then killing Wei Yuanfei absolutely displayed Yi Yuan's formidable to the extreme strength. High Clarity Sect's elder and Yang Shun's hearts were dripping blood. 8 disciples came. After more than half a year, there were actually only 3 people left. One of them was even the most useless He Yuan. This was simply a devastating blow to the High Clarity Sect. If there were no accidents, Yang Shun and Qin Tianlin would both enter the temple. This was also to say that High Clarity Sect's future pillars of society were directly hacked finished by Yi Yuan. This way, the High Clarity Sect would definitely produce a disjointed generation of talents. The impact on the entire sect was extremely far-reaching. This move from Yi Yuan was too ruthless. After this, Yang Shin exchanged blows with Jiang Shuiyan and Bailey Qingyan, respectively. Each time, Yang Shun would muster everything up, wanting to kill people. But sadly, he failed to kill a single one. In fact, Bailey Qingyan actually even exchanged a few blows with him before being defeated. Among the 3 people, Bailey Qingyan's talent was clearly the highest. Her improvement was also the fastest, and Yi Yuan's training also made Bailey Qingyan's win rate increase a lot. At present, among all of the 64 disciples, she was actually ranked 6th, only a step away from 5th place. Finally, at the 53rd round, Yi Yuan and Yang Shen, these 2 great geniuses, met. This fight was antic. 1. P, aided by all. Hearing that spatial law and time law appeared at the same time in this season, quite a few temple disciples also came to watch the fight. It even attracted quite a few elders. Bailey, Yi Yuan, and Yang Shen fighting. Who do you think has a higher chance of winning? Before the great battle, Jiang Shuiyan actually had a rare moment of nervousness. Presently, she was overwhelmed with grat. 1. Toward Yi Yuan. This 1 year's time, Yi Yuan refined many medicinal pills for her, making her strength advance by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, Jiang Shuiyan knew that the medicinal pills Yi Yuan refined, the impact was absolutely not just for a day or 2. It would have a tremendous impact on her future cultivation. This kind of impact was sufficient to change her life. Of course, Bailey Qingyan and Yi Qingxiang were the same too. Bailey Qingyan also appeared rather nervous, as she said, "I can't say for sure either." The 2 can be said to each have their forte. Yi Yuan's might lies in law's fusion, but Yang Shen's time law similarly can't be underestimated. This fight, 50-50 chance, I guess. Although very much hoping for Yi Yuan to win, Bailey Qingyan had exchanged blows with Yang Shen before and was deeply aware of Yang Shen's might. The sense of oppression that these 2 people brought her was virtually on par. Hence, she also could not say for sure who was stronger and who was weaker. It was also precisely because of this that she appeared somewhat nervous. I Chingxiang said, "Relax, there's no way Yi Yuan will lose. This guy gives people surprises in all respects, and never seems to have a limit." When the other two heard it, they deeply felt that way too. Chapter 1834, Divine Vestige Realm. Chapter 1834, Divine Vestige Realm. On the stage, two powerful auras gushed out. One was tyrannical, one was proud. Yang Shun's aura was peerlessly domineering, while Yi Yuan's aura was unmoving like a mountain. This battle was a showdown between the High Clarity sect and the Shadow Moon sect, and also a contest between two great supreme laws. Such an opportunity could not be casually encountered. Yi Yuan, hope that you don't concede defeat. Today, let's fight to the death. Do you dare or not? Yang Shun's gaze was heated as he stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. Can't kill the others. He might as well directly have a death match with Yi Yuan. Yang Shun had absolute confidence in himself. There was no way he would lose to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had a calm look as he said, "As you wish." Yang Shun laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha! Yi Yuan, the humiliation that you brought to my High Clarity sect, I'll wash it all clean today. You are dead for sure." Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he said, "That will depend on whether you have this ability or not." Yang Shun sneered and said, "You have a supreme law, but I have a supreme law too. In fact, I'm 2 minor realms higher than you. What do you have to beat me with? Today, I'll let you take a look at my true strength, what my High Clarity sect has to become the #1 sect." Facing Yang Shun, Yi Yuan's biggest disadvantage was his cultivation realm. Yi Yuan was currently merely initial stage, first firmament celestial deity, while Yang Shun was peak second firmament celestial deity. It was equivalent to being 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. These 2 minor realms did not seem to be much in the initial stages of divine Tao, but at the celestial deity realm, these 2 minor realms were sufficient to be deadly. Even for a genius like Bailey Qinyan, breaking through 2 minor realms step by step also required several hundred years. The gap could only be imagined. Kill! With a fierce cry, Yang Shun hacked over toward Yi Yuan with a matchlessly overbearing saber blow. This saber pressed forward with an indomitable will. What was even more frightening was that Yang Shun's world power was extremely strong, overbearing until it seized all of the S, P, A, C as its own, not giving Yi Yuan any place to survive at all. In front of this saber, Yi Yuan appeared too weak. At this time, Yi Yuan moved too. The frost countersword swinging, Yi Yuan's figure cut through S, P, A, C, welcoming Yang Shun's saber. This frost countersword was a celestial deity mystic treasure. After the Junyi sword shattered, Yi Yuan had no convenient weapon all along. After Yi Yuan broke through to rank 5, Yi Yuan finally opened up the Purple Extreme Hall's second layer, S, P, A, C, obtaining the treasure trove inside. He chose a celestial deity mystic treasure. From among them, it was this frost countersword. At the same time, dense blue patterns revolved around Yi Yuan. One sword unleashed. H.I. Plusing, it actually directly broke through the heavy blockade of Yang Shun's world power, charging in front of Yang Shun without any obstruction. Clank, clank, clank. Horrifying power of laws roamed about on the stage, giving off a series of rings. In a blink of an eye, the two people exchanged more than 10 moves, power of law surging endlessly, evenly matched. Yang Shun's pupils constricted. His realm was clearly much higher than Yi Yuan's, but his world power was actually unable to affect Yi Yuan in the slightest. What in the world was that blue pattern? Below the stage, everyone was extremely shocked. The level of these two people's battle, they were simply unable to imagine it. The 64 people taking part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave where all the bamboo groove void realm's top geniuses. But these two people towered about the group of geniuses, reaching another level. Yi Yuan's blue pattern is so strange. It's actually not affected by Yang Shun's world power. It's like where Yi Yuan goes, it forcefully hews open a sea that belongs to him. What in the world is that thing? At this time, Little Tong was holding Treasure Pig, currently standing together with Du Rafeng. This place was the place with the best view. Little Tong was also very interested in this fight. He naturally would not miss it. Hearing Du Rafeng inquire, his two eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "It's Heavenly Tao." Du Rafeng's face changed, and he cried out in surprise, Heavenly Tao? How is this possible?" Little Tong used a tone that was not commensurate with his age and said with a solemn look, "It won't be wrong. That's the aura of Tao." Yi Yuan's comprehension toward the Tao has already reached an inconceivable realm. He can already spur Heavenly Tao to use for himself. Although this aura isn't strong enough yet, as his strength improves, this Heavenly Tao pattern will become more and more terrifying. Hearing Little Tong's explanation, the shock in Du Rafeng's heart could not be any greater. Controlling Heavenly Tao for one's own use, this kind of thing, ordinary people did not even dare to think about it, but Yi Yuan already did it. Martial artists comprehend Heavenly Tao to strengthen themselves. But Yi Yuan could actually drive Heavenly Tao. This was too terrifying. Actually, Little Tong was half right. These blue patterns were indeed the aura of Heavenly Tao, but it was not Heavenly Tao that Yi Yuan was spurring on. These blue fine lines were Yi Yuan's own. Other people breaking through to rank 5, what they reached was celestial deity realm. However, Yi Yuan embarked on a different path. His realm would naturally not be the same as well. After Yi Yuan broke through to rank 5, his divine sea underwent a change once more. His divine vortex shrunk again, chaos divine essence also becoming more condensed. That viscous aura already became thicker and thicker. If one was to say the divine sea was as big as a lake in the beginning, then Yi Yuan's current divine vortex was at most the size of a pond. Not only did Yi Yuan's divine essence not weaken, but it also grew even stronger than before instead. Apart from this, countless blue lightning was born in Yi Yuan's divine sea. These blue bolts of lightning were extremely similar to what he saw back then on the Heavenspan mountain. It was just that in terms of aura, it was much, much weaker, totally not on the same level. Yi Yuan discovered that when he faced the enemy, he could mobilize these blue lightning and make his attacks sharper. His defenses also became stronger. As for world power, it was even more like paper paste in front of the blue patterns. As long as it was not strong to a certain degree, Yi Yuan could split it apart easily. Hence, Yi Yuan named this realm Divine Vestige Realm. Outsiders could not tell, but Yang Shun keenly felt his own suffering. Yi Yuan's sword seemed ordinary and sloppy, but an extremely strange force was contained within, throwing his vital energy sea into turmoil, virtually unable to control himself. With several dozen swords, he actually had a feeling of the long sword slipping out of his hand. No way. This kid is too peculiar. I can't carry on like this. Yang Shun knew that at this rate, he would lose without a doubt. Time law. Right at this time, he urged time law to the extreme. Yi Yuan's face changed, and suddenly felt that his movements became slow like an ant. Even shuttling through C also became much slower. Yang Shun grinned hideously and said, "How can the profundities of time laws be what you can imagine? Let me tell you, actually, the time law that I used on them was not my full strength at all. My time law has similarly been comprehended to third firmament. Didn't expect it, right? Now you can go to H-E-L-L, unparalleled world, suppressing saber. Right at this time, Yang Shun urged his saber arts to the extreme as well. The incomparably swift and fierce martial technique was practically shredding the S.P.A.C. This blade wanted Yi Yuan's life. Chapter 1835 Divine Vestige, SBAC, Untainted by Myriad Laws. 1835 Divine Vestige, SPAC, Untainted by Myriad Laws. In Yang Shun's heart, Yi Yuan was his ultimate goal. Killing 100 Qingxiangs was also not as important as killing one Yi Yuan. Hence, when dealing with Yi Qingxiang them all, Yang Shun did not go all out. While it was good to be able to kill, failing to kill was no big deal too. The most important thing was that Yi Yuan had to die. The instigator of all this was Yi Yuan. Looking at Yi Yuan's sluggish movements, a hint of a hideous grin flashed across the corners of Yang Shun's mouth. A saber turned into a white streak, hacking over toward Yi Yuan's head. However, just as Yang Shun's blade arrived in front of Yi Yuan's face, it suddenly stopped, as if frozen in the air. His figure was unable to advance an inch forward. In front of Yang Shun, there was seemingly boundless S.P.A.C. waiting for him to cross. His saber cut through one layer of S.P.A.C. after another, but it was unable to land on Yi Yuan. Two supreme laws collided together violently. Ha ha ha, it's useless. In front of time laws, everything is in vain. Go to H.E.L.L. Yang Shun let out a wild laugh, light radiating on his body. The long blade actually pushed another inch forward. The blade was already less than an inch away from the top of Yi Yuan's head. The piercing cold light made Yi Yuan somewhat unable to open his eyes. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats, looking at this soul-stirring scene. The complexions of Bailey Qingyan and the rest turned pale, looking nervous. This blade landing, Yi Yuan would be done for. But right at this time, countless blue filaments spread out of Yi Yuan's body frenziedly, like spiders spinning silk. Yang Shun's face changed. These fine filaments, ACCU, mulat more and more, wrapping the two of them up very quickly. From the outside world, the inside completely could not be seen at all. What is this? Du Rufing's face changed as he asked. A hint of terror also showed in Little Tong's eyes as he said, "This seems to be a power similar to world power, but it also seems to be somewhat different. If my conjectures are right, Yi Yuan already won." Du Rufing's gaze turned intent, and he said, "One just like this? I don't know what's happening inside." Little Tong said, "Although we don't know what's happening inside, this move is definitely extraordinary, because even I also felt danger." Du Rufing turned pale, with fright, when he heard that. He was aware of what kind of existence Little Tong was. Even he could actually feel danger. Then this blue filament ball was definitely extremely terrifying. Inside the filament ball, Yi Yuan's two eyes showed an azure blue color. Long sword swinging, it directly blew away Yang Shun's blade. Yang Shun's gaze turned sharp, and he exclaimed, How is this possible? Time law." Yang Shun tried his best to urge time law, but time law seemed to have thoroughly lost connection with him, unable to feel it anymore. This situation made his heart sink to rock bottom. Yi Yuan's azure blue eyes looked at Yang Shun, his eyes not carrying the least bit of emotion as he said, "You held back your strength, but have you ever thought that I also held back my strength? Don't need to waste strength anymore." Inside this divine vestige, S.P.A.C., it's untainted by myriad laws. The rules here are set by me. All the laws that you comprehend in the heaven-span world are useless. After Yi Yuan broke through to divine vestige realm, he discovered that he had the ability to construct the divine vestige, S.P.A.C. Once he entered the divine vestige, S.P.C., Yi Yuan could control all powers of law. In this place, he was the sovereign. Clearly, Yang Shen did not believe it at all. He laughed wildly when he heard that and said, "You set the rules? Do you think that you're the creator? Killing people with laughter." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Don't believe? Watch. Time stop." Only to see him lightly point a finger out, Yang Shen's body suddenly turned stiff. He struggled desperately, but he discovered that he was unable to move at all. Yang Shen was very familiar with time laws. He could sense that this was not some so-called immobilization spell, but a genuine time stop. Titanic waves stirred in his heart, looking at Yi Yuan in immense shock. How was this possible? Time stop was an extremely profound time law. One had to at least cultivate beyond the seventh firmament before they could control the power of law. But Yi Yuan clearly did not know time law, yet he could do it to this step. This was also to say that Yi Yuan did not lie. He could really control this SPAC. Too inconceivable. It was too fantastical. There was actually still such a bizarre thing in this world. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Looks like you believe it. Then you can go and die." A hint of panic flashed across in Yang Shen's heart. He had never panicked like this before. It was as if the being he was facing right now was really the creator. Hang on. I was wrong. Spare me. I promise that I absolutely won't find trouble with you in the future. Yang Shen shouted. Yi Yuan's gaze did not carry the slightest emotion. He just said coolly, "It's too late to admit your fault now." Done talking, Yi Yuan pointed another finger out. Yang Shen's body disintegrated just like this, turning into nothingness. Looking at Yang Shen's slowly disappearing figure, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest ripple. The current Yi Yuan, his disposition was greatly different from usual. He exuded an icy cold aura from head to toe, as if he was an ice man without the least bit of emotion. No idea how long had passed, said either. The blue filaments slowly faded away, merging into Yi Yuan's divine sea. Plop! Yi Yuan's entire person lost consciousness, falling onto the ring. Of course, there was already no Yang Shen on the stage. There was only Yi Yuan alone left. Yang Shen was already dead until he could not be any deader. There was an uproar all round. Before this, Yang Shen was the sole candidate to win the champions. I+P. No one had ever thought that he would get second, let alone talk about dying. But now he was killed by Yi Yuan, silently just like this, especially the high-clarity sex elder. His one breath was pent up in his heart, virtually making him about to explode. The high-clarity sect that was powerful until it terrified people actually had 6 disciples die all at once this time. How would he report on his mission when he returned? Seeing that Du Rufeng was still in a daze, Little Tong reminded him and said, "Hey, you should announce the results." Du Rufeng was akin to waking up from a dream. The shock that this scene brought to him was seriously too intense. That blue filament ball that was akin to a cock. And seemed to have the ability to devour everything, directly obliterating Yang Shen until not even dregs remained. Just how strong was this Yi Yuan? In reality, before this, he was not very optimistic about Yi Yuan. After all, similar a possessor of a supreme law, Yang Shen's realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. No one had expected that what they waited for was actually such a result. This battle, Yi Yuan wins, Yang Shen perishes. Du Rufeng said in a clear voice. The moment his voice faded, a figure dashed onto the stage like lightning and suddenly smacked a palm toward Yi Yuan, who was currently in a coma. High-clarity sex elder. At this time, his 2 eyes were bloodshot, already completely lost his reason. Du Rufeng gave a cold snort and took a step out, and already arrived on the stage. Bang! Two mighty Truji. Oh, D powerhouses suddenly exchanged a blow. The high-clarity sex elder was immediately blasted flying. Han Jianqing, what are you trying to do? Du Rafeng said coldly. Chapter 1836, Heavenly Tao is heartless. 1836, Heavenly Tao is heartless. Han Jianqing's eyes were bloodshot, already losing his reason. He roared at Du Rafeng. This brute killed 6 of my high-clarity sex top disciples. Not killing him today. How will I give an account to the sect master when I go back? Du Rafeng said coldly, that's your business. As long as Yi Yuan didn't violate the temple's rules, no matter how many people he kills, it doesn't matter too. Fresh blood kept flowing out of the corners of Han Jianqing's mouth, and he said in a cold voice, the temple isn't fair. The moment this Yi Yuan came, you all let him stay in Upper Groove Court. Based on what? If say that Yi Yuan is a disciple that the temple groomed, then why didn't you tell us beforehand? How must you take such a path? Once a person lost their reason, the angle of thinking about problems became very extreme. In Han Jianqing's view, Yi Yuan was definitely a disciple that the temple groomed in secret. However, he was deliberately instructed to partake. 1. P. 8 in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. Wasn't this nauseating, people? Du Rafeng's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, Han Jianqing, keep talking nonsense and slandering the temple. You'll bear the consequences yourself. At this time, several figures appeared next to Du Rafeng. These were all the temple's elders. All of them were true G, D-realm powerhouses. Seeing such a lineup, Han Jianqing seemed to have a basin of cold water splash down overhead. One Du Rafeng, and he was not a match already, let alone so many true G. D powerhouses. I'm unreconciled to it. Han Jianqing roared angrily. Du Rafeng's expression eased up slightly, and he said coolly, the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave's original intention was to let the disciples who enter the temple obtain more harvests and stimulate greater potential. The reason why it doesn't forbid killing is to let them let loose. But actually, situations where sakers are caused are exceedingly rare. This time, it was originally you all who initiated trouble first, but want to blame others. What logic is this? Right and wrong. Everyone has a weighing scale in their hearts. I believe that no need me to say any more, and everyone is also clear in their hearts. When everyone heard that, they secretly nodded their heads. This matter was indeed provoked first by the high-clarity sect, but the result now was that the arm could not twist the thigh and wanted to vent their anger on Yi Yuan. In reality, at first, everyone indeed felt bitter about the Shadow Moon sect staying in Upper Groove Court. They had unhappiness in their hearts, but by now they had long already tossed this kind of thinking to the back of their minds. Yi Yuan possessed incomparably powerful martial strength and also possessed superb alchemy skills. He indeed had the qualifications to stay in Upper Groove Court. Moreover, they all knew that the cause of all these was the treasure pig. Even though they all did not know what the treasure pig was, without a doubt, its origins were not ordinary. Du Rafeng's gaze was scorching as he said, Han Jianqing, on the account that you were rash for a moment, you're spared from death. But you insulted the temple. Death penalty can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. Today, you'll be expelled from the Bamboo Groove, Holy Realm, and return to the sect to be confined for 1,000 years, not to leave the mountain. Do you submit? Han Jianqing's face turned ashen, and he raised his head to the sky, and heaved a long sigh as he said, forget it, Han Jianqing accepts the punishment. In the Bamboo Groove Void Realm, no matter how powerful the sect, they could not contend with the temple too. The temple was a paramount existence, because they had Empyrean powerhouses. This battle ending, the the bamboo groove martial conclave situation became even more complicated and confusing. Yang Shun was already dead. He was naturally unable to become the temple's disciple. This way, the struggle for the second camp became abnormally fierce. While Yi Yuan also tasted his bamboo groove martial conclave loss because of the fight with Yang Shun, this coma of his lasted 10 days and nights, directly missing the next fight, and was issued with a loss. However, even if he lost, he still firmly occupied the throne of first place. Furthermore, everyone all knew that they were no longer able to shake Yi Yuan's position. 10 days later, Yi Yuan finally slowly opened both eyes. "You're awake." When Bailey Qinyan saw Yi Yuan wake up, she could not help being excited. Little Tong's face also showed a rare smile, and said with a faint smile, "Like I said, this kid won't die, but you guys don't believe." Yi Yuan's eyes looked a little confused. The gaze that looked at Bailey Qinyan was somewhat unfamiliar. That unfamiliar look gave Bailey Qinyan a fright. "What? You don't even recognize me anymore?" Bailey Qinyan's face changed and said, "But very soon." Yi Yuan's eyes recovered clarity, and he said with a smile, "Ha! As senior apprentice, Sister Bailey, why would I not recognize? Maybe the time that I was in a coma was a little long, and there's some issues. Unlease. Plussing that martial technique is still a pretty big burden on me." Only then did Bailey Qinyan feel relieved and said with a smile, "I really didn't expect that even the Yang Shun, who comprehended time laws, died in your hands." By the side, Yi Qingxiang also said, "Yi Yuan, you aren't aware of this, but when our Shadow Moon sect disciples go out now, we really feel extra proud. This is all thanks to you." No matter where, people respected the strong and looked down on the weak. Thinking about Zhu Wen's attitude when they first came, it truly felt like a lifetime had passed. Now, Zhu Wen's attitude towards them already underwent a 180-degree great transformation, addressing them as brothers on every occasion. And all these stemmed from the talent and strength that Yi Yuan displayed. After sending everyone away, Yi Yuan's expression became somewhat ugly. "You seem to be not quite right." Little Tong said. Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard that and forced a smile as he said, "How so?" "I'm completely fine right now." Little Tong looked intently at Yi Yuan and said in a childish tone, "I can feel that a subtle change happened to you. But as for the specifics of what the change is, I can't pinpoint it either." Yi Yuan looked at Little Tong rather surprised. This kid's eyes were so discerning. He let out a sigh and said, "You saw the divine vestige, SPAC?" Little Tong nodded his head and did not speak. He naturally saw the divine vestige, SPAC. Furthermore, that divine vestige, SPAC, gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Yi Yuan continued, "This martial technique seemed to have affected my temperament." Talking up to here, Yi Yuan's expression also became solemn, recalling the hymn inside the divine vestige, SPAC. Yi Yuan felt very unfamiliar with the former. The hymn at that time was like an ice-cold machine, not having the slightest emotion. Even if he recovered now, Yi Yuan could feel that the hymn at that time affected the current hymn. About this matter, Yi Yuan could not quite understand it. Logically speaking, the divine vestige, SPAC, was a product of the Chaos Heavenspan canon after cultivating to rank 5. It was the accessory of this cultivation method, and should not have this kind of sequela. But why would this kind of strange situation occur? Could it be that the Chaos Heavenspan canon he cultivated had a problem? Yi Yuan could not figure out after racking his brains. He also communicated with Dustless about this situation, but Dustless was at a loss too. When Little Tong heard that, his brows furrowed too, and he said, "This martial technique of yours is indeed formidable. I sensed a strong, heavenly Tao aura within. Clearly, this divine vestige S.P.A.C. of yours hasn't reached grand completion yet. But you have to know one thing. Heavenly Tao is heartless. Yi Yuan's face changed, and his brows were practically knitted together as he ruminated further. Heavenly Tao is heartless? Heavenly Tao is heartless. How could this be? Chapter 1837 Realm Heart Island. 1837 Realm Heart Island. Yangshan died. And then the Bamboo Grove martial conclave's fierce fighting continued. But because of this great battle, the Bamboo Grove martial conclave's setup underwent a dramatic change. Yi Yuan naturally outshone the others. No one could surpass him anymore. Even when encountering Luo Zhen later, he also directly admitted defeat after 100 moves. However, Luo Zhen's position of second place was also considered secure. But the struggle for third to fifth place seemed especially intense. The compet. 1. Tie-in continued for more than a year, but the gap between third place and 10th place also did not pull apart. Among these 8 people, any one of them had a possibility of entering the top 5 in the end. However, in the final round, no one could have expected that Bailey Qingyan obtained the 4th place in the end. This way, the Shadow Moon sect suddenly got 2 places. Du Rufeng stood on the high platform and announced calmly, "This Bamboo Grove martial conclave's top 5, Yi Yuan, Luo Zhen, Tian Dajiang, Bailey Qingyan, and Li Long shall enter the temple. 10 days later, these 5 people will enter the Void Realm Heart and comprehend Great Tao. The other disciples can go up Sky Jade Cliff to comprehend Tao for 10 years. After 10 years, you must leave the Bamboo Grove, Holy Realm." The disciples who took part in the Bamboo Grove martial conclave, after hearing Du Rufeng's announcement, they all sighed endlessly. Before coming to the Bamboo Grove, Holy Realm, no one could have imagined that the High Clarity sect would actually be shaved bald, right? Isn't that so? Later on, Chun Tianlian practically gave up himself. Whoever he met, he directly conceded defeat. He was afraid that Yi Yuan would kill him. What a coward! The High Clarity sect's face is utterly lost by him. What face does the High Clarity sect still have? This can't blame him either. Even Yangshan died in Yi Yuan's hands, so how can he not be scared? But like this is good too. At least he preserved his life. In comparison, the little-known Shadow Moon sect actually obtained 2 seats. This really made people's jaws drop. The powerful High Clarity sect did not even have one enter the top 5 in the end. Chun Tianlian's strength originally could definitely enter the top 5. But ever since Yangshan was killed, he would concede no matter who he met. Chun Tianlin was very smart. He yielded to Yi Yuan in this manner, hoping that he would show mercy and not kill him. In the end, Yi Yuan indeed let him go. During this Bamboo Grove martial conclave, Yi Yuan's domineering rise changed the fate of many genius disciples. "Yi Yuan, thank you." Bailey Qingyan came in front of Yi Yuan and gave thanks sincerely. She understood that with her original strength, it was impossible to enter the temple. But in this 1 year plus time, Yi Yuan first helped her refine the Jade Thaw Purple Heart pill, then fed her moves, causing her strength to improve greatly. Only then did she rank into the top 5. One could say that for her to be able to enter the temple, it was entirely forged by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your talent is pretty good in the first place. I was merely adding flowers to embroidery." Bailey Qingyan could not resist rolling her eyes at Yi Yuan. Was this guy knocking people down on purpose? Comparing talent. Was there anyone greater than you? What was laughable was that she even thought that Yi Yuan was a trash back then, dragging Yi Yuan into a partner's. HI plus P to enter the Shadow Moon mountain range. Thinking about it now, Bailey Qingyan actually felt a hint of sweetness. Except she realized now that along with the Pa-S sing of time, the sense of alienation between Yi Yuan and her was actually gradually increasing. This was not just the disparity in strength, but that Yi Yuan seemed to have the intention of keeping her at a distance. This kind of alienation was not the alienation of distance, but it was emotional estrangement. It seemed that no matter what, and when Yi Yuan would have a professional-like ATT, I tooed toward her. This ATT, I tooed made Bailey Qingyan very dejected. At this time, Su Yan also went to congratulate. Su Yan said, before coming to the Bamboo Grove Holy Realm, he never would have dreamed that our Shadow Moon sect can actually obtain 2 spots. When we return, the sect master will definitely be very happy. Obtaining 2 spots was not just a matter of reputation. The temple would also give certain rewards to true G.O.D. level sects according to head count. This kind of reward had a very far-reaching impact on true G.O.D. level sections. Hence, that was why the various major sects would spare no efforts to groom disciples and supply talents to the temple. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "This 1 year plus, Yi Yuan is grateful for Elder Su's care and is endlessly grateful. Yi Yuan has nothing to repay with and presented Buddha with borrowed flowers, giving these medicinal pills to senior apprentice Sister Jiang and senior apprentice brother Yi." Jiang Shuiyan and Yi Qingxiang's eyes turned sharp, and they cried out in shock. Tendon-changing spirit bamboo pill, Brahma dragon break pill. These medicinal pills are too precious. Although these spirit medicines were all sealed, they knew that Yi Yuan taking action would absolutely all be divine grade and above quality. These medicinal pills missed this village, and there would not be this shop anymore. Among the sects, it was absolutely impossible for there to be anyone who could refine this grade of medicinal pills. These medicinal pills had tremendous benefits to the 2 people's cultivation in the future. It can let him pass barriers smoothly, going further. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Thanks to Treasure Pig, I don't lack spirit medicines when refining pills now. Hence, I dug some medicinal pills from his mouth and gave them to you." The 2 people looked at Yi Yuan, eyes full of grat. One tooed, "This junior apprentice, Brother Yi, in the past, it was all my fault. Hope that you don't take it badly." Jiang Shuiyan's face turned red as she apologized. Yi Qingxiang also said, "Back then, I also harbored malicious intentions toward junior apprentice Brother Yi. Mentioning this, I'm really ashamed." Presently, they already understood that whatever faction struggle was simply floating clouds in front of a genuine powerhouse. Yi Yuan said coolly, "That's all past matters, don't need to mention anymore. But there are some words that I want to remind you guys. The might of a sect isn't brought up amidst internal friction. Rather than spend time bringing other factions down, might as well spend more time to cultivate." The 2 nodded their heads, deeply feeling that way too. On a small boat, 7 people, and 1 pig were currently heading for the depths of the spirit nether sea. Bamboo Grove Holy Realm is merely the outermost rites ground of the temple, the place that connects the temple with the outside world. The temple has a total of 5 palaces, branched out on 5 islands. They are respectively controlled by 5 great Empyrean elders. And these 5 great islands surround another island. It's the most important place in the Bamboo Grove Void Realm, the Realm Heart Island. The heart of the Void Realm is on this Realm Heart Island. Du Ruffung spoke with ease and fluency, introducing the temple's situation to the 5 disciples. As the few people listened, their faces revealed rapt looks. This place was where the nucleus of the Bamboo Grove Void Realm lay. The small boat pulled into the S.H.O.R.E. Du Ruffing said to the few people, "There are restrictions everywhere on Realm Heart Island. All of you follow closely." Once you trigger the restrictions, immortals can't save you guys too. The few people's expressions turned fearful when they heard that, revealing a hint of solemnness. Yi Yuan looked at little Tong and said with a curious face, "We're going to the heart of the void realm." "You're going too?" Little Tong rolled his eyes and said, huffily, "Why? You have a problem?" Du Ruffum chuckled and said, "Opening the heart of the void realm needs to borrow the power of Lord Treasure Pig. And Lord Treasure Pig and Little Tong are always together. So, he definitely has to go." "Heard that," Little Tong said with a smug look. "Grunt, grunt." Treasure Pig also grunted at Yi Yuan like taking credit for someone else's achievements. Chapter 1838. Maybe, "This is a so-called genius." 1838 maybe. "This is a so-called genius, such thick spatial power." The group of people arrived outside of a barrier. Yi Yuan immediately felt the spatial force that hit him head-on. Du Ruffung nodded and said, "The heart of the void realm is the cornerstone of the void realm. The entire bamboo groove void realm built on it. The spatial power here is naturally the strongest. You're the most adept in spatial law. Perhaps you might have some gains." Yi Yuan nodded his head, revealing a look of antic. "One, P-Asian." Everyone was just about to continue moving on when two figures suddenly appeared out of thin air and asked, "Halt! Who goes there?" These two people were dressed in black, their auras being incomparably powerful. When these two people appeared, Yi Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Spatial law. These two people both knew spatial law. Furthermore, their comprehensions were exceedingly high. Du Ruffung said in a clear voice, "Kongwen, Kongchun, why? Don't even recognize me anymore? Oh, turns out that it's Master Du. You're a rare guest. What wind blew you here?" Kongwen laughed and said. Du Ruffung smiled and said, "Isn't the once-a-thousand-years bamboo groove martial conclave here? It just so happens that I was tasked with this errand this time. I brought over these disciples who Pa-S, said the test, and let them enter the heart of the void realm to comprehend." Kong, Wen's gaze swept a glance over Yi Yuan and the others. He said with a frown, "Turns out that it's the disciples who just entered the temple. But the quality of this season is somewhat poor. Why is there even a middle stage, first firmament celestial deity? In this 1 year plus, virtually every disciple who took part in the bamboo groove martial conclave made substantial progress. Yi Yuan, as one of the best among them, was naturally no exception either. Not long ago, his realm made a small improvement and broke through. He was now a middle stage, first firmament celestial deity. Although it was still within a minor realm, this cultivation speed was actually very fast already. One had to know, for ordinary celestial deity powerhouses to want to break through, it was all calculated with thousands, even several tens of thousands of years. However, Kong, Wen's words made everyone's faces reveal peculiar looks. Poor quality? Yi Yuan's quality should not be too good. Du Ruffum laughed and said, "Ho, Brother Kongwen has made an error of judgment. Yi Yuan overpowered the SES in this bamboo groove martial conclave, and is fully deserving of the first place." Kongwen was taken aback and immediately said even more disdainfully, "He got the first place? Hoo-hoo, that shows even more that this season's disciples are too poor." Du Ruffung was speechless when he heard that. Yi Yuan's strength, if not seeing with one's own eyes, it was likely very difficult to believe. Snort! At this time, little Tong suddenly let out a cold snort. Only then did Kong, when Duo noticed that there was actually a child who followed along too. However, when they saw the treasure pig in the child's arms, their faces could not help changing greatly. "All right, stop talking rubbish. Hurry up and open the barrier to let us in." Du Ruffung said coolly. Kong Duo did not say any more, immediately taking out 2 magic weapons, and forcefully opened up a door in the barrier. Du Rufeng continued, and said, "You all go first, I'll follow right after." Yi Yuan's eyes were flickering incessantly. No one knew what he was thinking about, but he still entered the barrier together with the others. After everyone left, Kongwen said in surprise, Could that child be that lord?" Du Rufeng had a solemn look and said in a deep voice, "The few great island masters conflict. You guys are also aware of it. This matter, you guys had best take it as you didn't see anything. Otherwise, the consequences are not what you can bear." The 2 people's gazes turned intent, and they said, "Got it." Above the void, an enormous chunk of crystal was suspended there. Seeing the heart of the void realm, Yi Yuan's mind stirred. Laying low in the bamboo groove void realm for so long, he finally saw the heart of the void realm today. As long as he opened up the heart of the void realm and entered it, he would be able to return to the heavenspan world. "Treasure Pig, can you really open up the heart of the void realm?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. The heart of the void realm was normally in a sealed state. The bamboo groove void realm's SPAC was extremely stable. Its normal operation did not need to activate its complete state. Only when new disciples entered the sect would it open once. Grunt, grunt. Treasure Pig grunted at Yi Yuan, seemingly expressing its displeasure. Suddenly, its body shuddered. 2 rays of light suddenly shot out of its nose, flying straight for the heart of the void realm. Bang! The heart of the void realm emitted intense vibrations. Then, it burst forth with a blinding light. A boundless spatial power rapidly spread out, making Yi Yuan's heart float up. Yi Yuan was overjoyed, threw several medicinal pills over, and said with a smile, "Well done, Treasure Pig. You're indeed amazing." Treasure Pig swallowed several medicinal pills in one gulp and actually grinned at Yi Yuan, boring into his bosom all at once. Little Tong snorted coldly and said, "Gluttonous pig." In this enchantment, spatial law revolved nonstop. Yi Yuan was impacted by the power of laws all of a sudden until he was almost asphyxiating. Actually, what was contained inside this heart of the void realm was not just spatial power of law, but contained the source of a world, an existence similar to that of heavenly Tao. This kind of source power was infinitely beneficial to martial artists. But Yi Yuan was the most sensitive towards spatial law, so his comprehension in this aspect was also the deepest. Suddenly, a hint of comprehension rushed to his head. Yi Yuan's entire person was akin to being electrocuted, standing transfixed on the spot. A hint of surprise flashed across Little Tong's eyes, and he cried out in surprise, comprehended so fast. This kid, really? Yi Yuan had already stopped at 3rd firmament spatial law for very long. Today, under the envelopment of this powerful spatial law, he finally produced a trace of enlightenment and started breaking through. When the others saw this scene, they were all shocked until they could not close their mouths. Luo Jin smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe this is a so-called genius." These words coming out of his mouth were really rather bitter. In this 1,000 over years, he had always been crowned with the title of a genius. He himself thought so too. Regardless of whether it was cultivation speed or law's comprehension, he examined his own conscience and felt that he did not lose to anyone. All the way until he saw Yi Yuan gain enlightenment on Tao today, this confidence was utterly shattered into pieces. The other 4 people, including Bailey Qingyan, all deeply felt that way too as they nodded their heads. This isn't an ordinary law, but this is one of the supreme laws, spatial law. This guy is really a freak. Li Long could not resist spitting, being dealt a terrible blow. Under everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan took a step out, his body immediately vanished. Plussing. Yi Yuan blended right into the void, while at this time, Du Rufeng, Kong Wen, and Kong Chen also entered the barrier and just happened to see the scene of Yi Yuan submerging into the void, their eyes opening wide. This is spatial law. He comprehended the fourth firmament spatial law. This kid was actually so monstrous. Kong Wen said in immense shock. His profound ACCU mutations erupted, encountering the spatial power of the heart of the void realm. His power of law directly achieved mastery through comprehensive study of the subject, and understood, we cannot compare to this child. Kong Wen also said, even Du Rufeng was also inexplicably shocked. He knew that Yi Yuan might very likely gain enlightenment on Tao, but he did not think that it would be this fast. The others had not started yet, and he already comprehended. Chapter 1839, Kidnapping and Empyrean. 1839, Kidnapping and Empyrean. Inside the barrier, Kong Wen and Kong Chen looked at the Yi Yuan above the void with envious looks. TSK, us two brothers spent nearly 400,000 years to comprehend to fourth firmament spatial law. This brat is just over 1,000 years old, and actually already did it to this level. Kong Wen lamented. The Kong family was a family clan that guarded the heart of the void realm for generations. They had a natural advantage in comprehending spatial law. Furthermore, the Kong brothers were also considered among the best in the Kong family. But even so, they only started comprehending spatial law when they reached the late-stage celestial deity realm. Furthermore, the time that they spent was extremely long. But Yi Yuan only used 1,000 over years and completed something that they comprehended for 400,000 years. This kind of natural apartment, could be rated as freakish. Little Tong rolled his eyes at him and said, wonder who was it who said that this season's disciples can't make it. Kong Wen's expression turned stiff, and he said in Bara, Sedley, Your Excellency, didn't I not know? Little Tong snorted coldly and said, if you don't know, then don't simply say things. Some people are existences that you have to look up to all your life. Therefore, be more low-key in conduct. Kong Wen had an appearance like he learned a lesson and said, yes, Your Excellency, Kong Wen won't dare next time. Right at this time, the Yi Yuan above the void slowly opened his eyes and let out a sigh as he said, spatial law is indeed incredibly marvelous. The comprehension ends here as well. When the Kong Wen duo heard these words, they nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood and cursed, you scoundrelly brat, intentionally aggravating us. From initial stage fourth firmament to peak initial stage, I used a full 50,000 years. Spending 3 years' time, Yi Yuan's spatial law comprehension reached peak initial stage fourth firmament and was unable to make any more progress. Yi Yuan said it not without reason, but this speed in Kong Piwen, two people's view, was already a heaven-defying existence. It was also no wonder that he was very depressed when he heard it. Yi Yuan's figure swayed. When he appeared again, he already arrived beside Little Tong and the rest. Spatial law fourth level, spatial S, H, I, plus FT. Before this, Yi Yuan could shuttle through the void, but it was all within a very small range. But now, Yi Yuan would be several 100,000 miles away with a thought. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. Celestial deity powerhouses could also utilize spatial law and shuttle through the void, but their speed compared to Yi Yuan's was like heaven and earth. Little Tong, you follow me. I have something to tell you. Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. Little Tong was somewhat uncertain, not knowing what Yi Yuan had up his sleeves, but he still followed. What is it? Quickly spit out what you have. The two people came to a deserted place, and Little Tong said with displeasure. Yi Yuan flashed a smile at Little Tong and suddenly made a move like lightning, swiftly tapping a few times on Little Tong's body. Little Tong's face changed, unable to use an ounce of his strength. "Boy, do you know what you're doing?" Little Tong said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't get agitated first. I have something to discuss with you, my Lord Empyrean." Little Tong's face changed, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. Lord Empyrean, stop pretending. When those true D powerhouses saw you, each and every one of their faces was not right. Even I can't even perceive this. Then I'd also be too stupid." Actually, Yi Yuan felt that something was wrong with Little Tong long ago. He kept saying that Treasure Pig was his pet, but how could a strange pet like Treasure Pig be handed to a child? Also, even though Du Ruffung deliberately hid it, his respect for Little Tong sometimes showed up unintentionally. Coupled with the expressions when the Kong brothers saw Little Tong, Yi Yuan was very certain that Little Tong was not some Empyrean powerhouse's grandson, but the Empyrean himself. It was just that no idea for what reason Little Tong became this current appearance. Little Tong's expression was ugly to the extreme, and he said, "Could it be that you're Dallas, that old dog's man? Don't you forget, this place is the divine temple. If you dare to touch me, Du Ruffung and the Kong brothers won't let you off." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Dallas? That's also an Empyrean powerhouse of the temple, right? But he has nothing to do with me. Calling you here, I actually just want to negotiate a deal with you." Only after hearing Yi Yuan's words did Little Tong's face ease up slightly. But he also knew that the deal Yi Yuan was talking to him about was definitely not something good. Otherwise, he also would not need to restrain him. This fellow had such gall. Since he knew his ident, Tai, he still dared to take liberties with him. Wasn't he scared of him taking revenge? "Speak," Little Tong said, huffily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I want to invite you to go to the heaven-span world together with me." Hearing this, Little Tong's expression suddenly changed, and he cried out in surprise, You're a person of the heaven-span world. This is impossible." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Are you talking about my divine essence? The cultivation method that I cultivate is a little special, mimicking the bamboo, groove, void, realm's divine essence isn't a big deal to me." Little Tong's expression was ugly as he said, "Impossible. You can forget about it." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders, patted Treasure Pig's baby pink little head, and said with a doleful look, "Treasure Pig, sorry, not that I'm not willing to refine medicinal pills for you. If we're fated in the future, we'll still meet again." Grunt, grunt. Treasure Pig suddenly broke free from Little Tong's arms and used a pair of short pig hoofs to hug Yi Yuan's thighs. Eyes I-N-G with tears, a look of reluctance to part. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Not that I'm heartless. It's that the heaven-span world still has many things waiting for me to go do. Maybe in the future, when I finish settling everything, I'll come to the bamboo groove void realm to find you again, all right?" Treasure Pig's little head shook like a rattle drum, clutching Yi Yuan's leg desperately, unwilling to let go. When Little Tong saw this scene, he was furious until he gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Shameless!" Yi Yuan looked at Little Tong and said helplessly, "Actually, I took part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. My goal was in order to enter the heart of the Void Realm. It's just a pity that I have ties in the Bamboo Groove Void Realm now. Once I leave the Bamboo Groove Void Realm, you all will definitely make a move on the Shadow Moon sect. No choice. I can only take this step. Furthermore, your current state isn't able to refine medicinal pills for Treasure Pig at all. you going to the heaven-span world together with me is the best choice. Little Tong looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, not expecting that he actually had such plans. It seemed like this boy was someone who valued relations. P.S. Actually, on the whole, Yi Yuan did not live happily in the Shadow Moon sect. In fact, for the sake of killing Qian Yi, he even incurred resentment with the sect master. But without the Shadow Moon sect, this springboard, there was no way he could enter the heart of the Void Realm. Yi Yuan asked for a clear conscience when doing things. If he left the bamboo, groove void, realm rashly, it would definitely implicate the Shadow Moon sect. They might even be destroyed because of it. Before he left, he had no choice but to take the Shadow Moon sect into consideration. Originally, he was still struggling with how to deal with this matter. But after he discovered Little Tong's ident, he had this bold plan. Furthermore, Treasure Pig was very reliant on Yi Yuan now. If Yi Yuan left, probably no one could satisfy it anymore. Chapter 1840, What is Love? 1840, What is Love? Just that. If I say no? Little Tong's gaze looked at Yi Yuan scorchingly as he said in a solemn voice. He was an exalted Empyrean powerhouse. Even if his strength was no longer there now, he was also not what anybody could need. He did not believe that Yi Yuan really dared to do something to him. As long as anyone found out, Yi Yuan would definitely die. How did the current Little Tong still look like a little kid? His face was full of wisdom that was not commensurate with his age. Treasure Pig looked back at Little Tong with a pitiful appearance. It truly gave people a feeling of unable to help to show tender care when one saw it. But Little Tong snorted coldly and said, "You stupid pig, it's none of your business here. Get back here for me." Treasure Pig's head shook like a rattle drum, but hugged Yi Yuan's leg even harder. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Heavenly Emperor Realm, don't you wish to step into the realm of Heavenly Emperor?" Little Tong's expression finally had a change, but very soon he laughed coldly and said, Heavenly Emperor Realm, just the likes of you, a measly celestial deity realm, also dares to make this kind of promise to me?" But Yi Yuan did not care at all and said with a faint smile, "Bamboo Groove Void Realm is only a tiny place in the end, a subsidiary of the Heavenspan world. Even if you're D-like existence in this place, it's ultimately just deceiving yourself and others too, no? Moreover, your current situation in the temple probably isn't too good, right?" Little Tong's expression changed again, and again, Yi Yuan's observation ability was too sharp. He had clearly never been in contact with the temple's upper echelons and knew absolutely nothing about the temple's situation. Just by relying on what he saw and his guts, he could guess so many things. This mind was tough for ordinary people to match. Furthermore, the most important thing was that Yi Yuan's words. The bottom of his heart. These Bamboo Groove Void Realm's supreme powerhouses, all enjoyed the wars. P of all life, enjoying the treatment of AG. OD. They were afraid of facing the outside world. Empyrean powerhouses were indeed a formidable force in the Heavenspan world. But to talk about being powerful, that could not be said no matter what. There were still heavenly emperor powerhouses above Empyreans. There were transcendent heavenly emperors, and even Tao ancestors. What did Empyreans count for? Any random heavenly emperor powerhouse that came out could instantly kill them. Putting it bluntly, they were merely frogs at the bottom of a well, intoxicated in their own world. That was all. Yi Yuan observed his words and expression, and continued, "I'm just at the celestial deity realm, so I'm naturally not qualified enough to babble away about Heavenly Emperor. But my alchemy skills, you've witnessed it before. How do you think it compares to you? Little Tong was silent, his expression rather ugly. Grunt, grunt. Little Tong did not speak, but Treasure Pig sounded out. That meaning was very clear. Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were tastier than Little Tong's. Little Tong wished to kick it flying with a foot, and said furiously, "You creature who lives off me while secretly helping others. You scram with him then. The further you scram, the better." Treasure Pig had an aggrieved look. It was just telling the truth. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he also could not help smiling. Treasure Pig's requirement towards the quality of medicinal pills was exceedingly high. He was already used to eating Yi Yuan's medicinal pills now. Du Rufing's medicinal pills were already tasteless to him. Since that's the case, how do you know that I'm unable to refine medicinal pills to let you break through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor in the future? Finished saying these, Yi Yuan stopped talking, quietly waiting for Little Tong's outcome. He was confident in himself that Little Tong would definitely agree. His strength was currently very weak. Staying in the temple was very dangerous instead. Might as well go outside together with him and make his break. All right, you win. I'll go with you. Now, release the restrictions on me. No idea how long had said. Little Tong finally agreed. Hearing Little Tong agree, Treasure Pig immediately started jumping happily. Nothing was more important than delicious food. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That won't do. An Empyrean powerhouse who became a child is also an Empyrean powerhouse. I don't want to take my life as a joke. I have a poison here that I specially made for you. When you consume it, I'll release the restrictions for you." Little Tong was angered until his expression was livid. Glaring fiercely at Yi Yuan, he said, "Punk, when I recover my strength, I'll definitely kill you straight away." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You won't. Kill me, and there won't be anyone to refine pills for Treasure Pig anymore. Don't you say so, Treasure Pig?" Treasure Pig nodded its head very seriously and tunneled into Yi Yuan's bosom with a grunt. "What? You want to enter the Heavenspan world?" When Du Rufeng heard Little Tong's words, he nearly jumped up. Little Tong said with a serious look, "I've thought about it. Better leave first for the time being. I returned to boyhood from old age because of my cultivation method. This matter can't be hidden for long. Once Taoist, that old fogey, knows about my current situation, he likely won't let me off." Du Rufeng's face changed, and he said, "Then this disciple will follow you together to the Heavenspan world." Little Tong shook his head and said, "No, even if you go, you can't be of any help too. Yi Yuan accompanying me will do." Du Rufeng was taken aback and said, "Why, Yi Yuan?" Little Tong could not resist rolling his eyes and said with a nod, "Right now, Treasure Pig has stopped eating your medicinal pills already. Do you think that you can replace Yi Yuan's position? Relax, just take it as bringing him out to train. This boy is a promising talent." Du Rufeng nodded his head, deeply feeling that way too, and said, "Then, all right, but your Excellency must be careful. The Heavenspan world can't compare to the Bamboo Groove Void realm. Experts are plentiful like clouds." With this excuse, Yi Yuan going to the Heavenspan world became proper and justified. He also did not need to worry that the temple would vent their anger on the Shadow Moon sect because of this. Before leaving the Bamboo Groove Void realm, Du Rufeng even found a large pile of rank 5 spirit medicines and directly gave it to Yi Yuan. Treasure Pig was a big glutton. Not bringing along enough food would not do. Actually, after Yi Yuan opened up the Purple Extreme Hall's second level, he was also rather wealthy now. Purchasing rank 5 spirit medicines was still doable, but with the temples present, he naturally accepted it graciously too. 10 days later, 2 people and 1 pig entered the heart of the Void Realm, disappearing from everyone's sight. 7 years later, The other 4 people recovered from their enlightenment. Looks like you all had significant harvests. All right, this matter is settled. This old man can now go back and report on the fulfillment of the mission. Come on, Du Rufeng said coolly. But Bailey Qingyan's brows furrowed, and she said, Elder Du, where's Yi Yuan? Why is he not here? Du Rufeng said, Yi Yuan finished comprehending 1 step ahead of you guys. The temple just happened to have a mission for him, so he left first. Bailey Qingyan suddenly had a trace of an ominous feeling in her heart, and she said, Mission? Yi Yuan is merely a disciple who just entered the sect. What kind of mission would he be? S signed. Also, Little Tong and Treasure Pig are also gone. Elder Du, what in the world happened? Du Rufeng's face was rather ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, This is the temple's business. How is it your turn to tell us what to do? Bailey Qingyan was very smart. Yi Yuan's disappearance was too unusual. He kept feeling that something happened and felt empty in her heart, as if she lost something. Her heart hurt. Sorry, Elder Du. Bailey Qingyan felt wronged as she said. How could Du Rufeng not know her thoughts? He let out a sigh and said, All right, come on. Bailey Qingyan nodded her head and followed everyone, preparing to leave. But when everyone was not paying attention, Bailey Qingyan suddenly took a step, flying towards the heart of the void realm, disappearing. When Du Rufeng saw her disappearing back view, he could not help shaking his head. With his strength, if he really wanted to stop Bailey Qingyan, he could naturally do it. But he did not. Du Rufeng sighed and said, Pray ask what is love, guiding people till death do them apart. Forget it, let her be. The few of you, today's matter, you're absolutely not allowed to say a word. Otherwise, you all know the consequences. Chapter 1841, 10 bowls topple. 1841, 10 bowls topple at Thousand Sore Imperial Capital, Heavenspan World. The prosperity of an imperial capital was what imperial cities could not compare to. Thousand Sore Imperial Capital occupied a vast area. It was several dozen times larger than ordinary imperial cities. Divine Lord realm powerhouses that were hard to see in imperial cities were as plentiful as oxen hair here. Even celestial deity powerhouses could be seen everywhere too. In a small tavern, an 8 to 9 years old little kid was hugging a pink piglet. Beside even sat a young man. They were precisely Yi Yuan and company who came out of the Bamboo Groove Void Realm. Brat, why do we have to come here? Little Tong asked curiously. The few of them had drifted in the heart of the Void Realm for as long as 10 years before returning to the Heavenspan world. But the moment the few people came out, they were in a mountain range in the vicinity of Thousand Sore Imperial Capital. Yi Yuan originally planned on returning to the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, but no idea why Dustless made him stay in Thousand Sore Imperial Capital temporarily. Yi Yuan asked him why, but he himself did not know either. He just said that there was a feeling from forces beyond his control that there would be a major event happening near Thousand Sore Imperial Capital recently, which seemed to be related to them, regarding Dustless's supernatural feeling. Although Yi Yuan was doubtful, he did not say much. Martial artists' sudden impulse tend to be very efficacious. Little Tong's question made Yi Yuan unable to answer. He could only smile bitterly and said, Don't ask me, I don't know either. Little Tong was not surprised, and just said coolly, Then what should we do now? Yi Yuan thought about it, and said, Find a place to stay first. I reckon that before long there will be results. This tavern was not large, but the dishes were pretty good. Yi Yuan and Little Tong both dug into it with relish. Reaching Yi Yuan's realm, he could long already not need to eat. But there were still many martial artists who liked to drink alcohol and eat meat in taverns. Firstly, these wine and meat were mostly not ordinary products. They were helpful to martial artists' cultivation. Secondly, It was also to relieve the dreariness of cultivation and satisfy one's desire for good food. The two people were currently chowing down when a handsome young man suddenly came to Yi Yuan's side and smiled at Yi Yuan as he said, "This tavern's business is quite good. Can you share a table with me? Your wine and food, I'll treat it." Yi Yuan raised his eyes to look at this young man and saw that his face did not have the least bit of prodigiousness, totally different from those profligate sons. When he said treat, his face was also very sincere and did not have the intention of showing off. Hence, Yi Yuan nodded his head and made an inviting gesture, saying coolly, "Sit then." That handsome young man was delighted when he saw the situation and shouted, "Waiter, bring a set of bowl and chopsticks and serve some fine dishes." Finished saying, he smiled at Yi Yuan and said, "I'm Lung Su. I wonder how to address brother." "Yi Yuan." "Ha! Turns out that it's brother Yi. Our meeting is fate. Come, bottoms up." Yi Yuan smiled slightly and clinked SES with the other party, downing in one shot. "Haha, great. Brother Yi, this'n's 10 bowls topple is rather powerful. Why don't we compete without using divine essence?" Those who came here to drink were mostly looking for fun and to relax. If one used divine essence to refine the alcoholic strength, it was naturally pointless already. But for celestial deity powerhouses to want to really get drunk, it was naturally not that easy. To be able to bring down a celestial deity powerhouse in 10 bowls, the alcoholic strength of this alcohol could be imagined. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Okay, cheers." Finished saying, the two people raised a GLA and drank another bowl. In a twinkle, 10 bowls went down to the belly, but no intoxication could be seen from the two. The other tables were alarmed by the happenings on this side. Seeing Yi Yuan and Lung Su down one bowl after another, they could not help staring dumbfoundedly with slack jaws. That's the Lung family's young patriarch, right? No wonder he's so impressive. Heard that at his peak, he drank 46 bowls of 10 bowls topple in one go. Ever since then, he was conferred as the G.O.D. of wine in this place. However, that young man next to him is similarly impressive, to actually fight until he's evenly matched with young Patriarch Lung. It's no use. The name of 10 bowls topple isn't for show. After exceeding 10 bowls, this alcohol kick will double up. I reckon that he can at most drink 20 bowls. This small tavern was out of the way. Those who came here were mostly old customers and were very clear about this 10 bowls topples alcohol kick. It was not that there were no people who drank past 10 bowls, but they were in the minority. No matter how powerful the celestial deity powerhouses, it was also extremely rare to drink past 20 bowls. It was just that pity that Yi Yuan let them down. Awesome, cheers again. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan is also a man of the same pursuit. Haha, great, awesome. Lung Su drank faster and faster and always laughed out loud. It was just that when Yi Yuan observed his language and countenance, he could perceive that there was more or less some bitterness in his smiles. This person was here to get drunk. Yi Yuan was slightly curious on why would such a bright and cheerful young man be like this, but the feeling that this Lung Su gave him was not bad. So he also accompanied Lung Su and continued drinking cup after cup. Not long ago, Yi Yuan's fleshy body realm already broke through to the 5th transformation golden body. Such a powerful body had a very strong immunity towards alcohol in the first place. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was an alchemist. Furthermore, he was an alchemist who was fond of alcohol. No matter how strong the alcohol, it was merely SOO to him as well. At least this 10 bowls topple was not enough. 65 bowls. 73 bowls. 90 bowls. At this time, everyone in the small tavern stopped eating and drinking. Their gazes were all focused on Yi Yuan and Lung Su. The way that these two people competing in drinking made them stare dumbfoundedly tongue-tied. Finally, when drinking the 103rd bowl, Lung Su collapsed on the table with a thud. Fine alcohol. Brother Yi, come, cheers again. This guy already drank until he was out cold and still wanted to bottoms up with Yi Yuan. At one side, everyone was stunned. Goodness gracious, to actually bring down the G. Oh, D of alcohol. What deity is this young man? This guy really didn't mobilize any divine essence, so how did he do it? All around, there was a series of exclamations. None of them had ever dared to drink until 10 bowls before. But today, this unfamiliar face actually downed 103 bowls of 10 bowls topple in one go. It was really too exaggerated. Actually, 100 bowls down the belly, Yi Yuan's head was also a little woozy already. This wine was called 10 bowls topple. It indeed lived up to its reputation. While the wine was a fine wine, it was just a pity that it was not the wine that intoxicated, but the drinker who got himself drunk. Yi Yuan's divine essence circulated and directly dispelled that dizzy feeling. He turned around and asked the rest, "Do you all know where his home is?" The moment everyone heard, they immediately understood. This young man was going to send Lung Su back home. In the crowd, a good person urged, young man, your alcohol tolerance is pretty good, but you'd best not get involved in this murky water. The Lung family isn't too peaceful recently." Yi Yuan was baffled when he heard that and said, smilingly, "Just sending him back home, so there's no harm." That person just now said again, "Don't listen to an elderly person's advice, and you'll suffer right away. Since you want to find trouble yourself, we naturally won't stop you either. The Lung family is the imperial capital's prominent family. You go out and turn right after Pass, sing 3 streets, make a left turn, go through an alley, and you'll reach." Yi Yuan nodded his head, settled the bill, and said to little Tong, "Come on." But after Yi Yuan left the tavern, a hint of an imperceptible strange smile flashed across the corners of that person's mouth. Chapter 1842, Who's the Fool? Chapter 1842, Who's the Fool? Yi Yuan carried Lung Su and Pa S, said through 3 streets according to the guidance of that person in the tavern. He turned into an alley. Along the way, Yi Yuan carrying a drunk man naturally attracted quite a few sidelong glances. The corners of little Tong's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "You this fellow really a busybody." In the view of most martial artists, this kind of chance acquaintance relations, I plus P was not worth it. Either way, playing there to spend the night, drunk, also would not kill anyone. Moreover, that person even warned that the Lung family was not too calm recently. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just sending a drunk man home, a small thing." Little Tong rolled his eyes and did not make a sound. Clearly, he was very disapproving of this. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus suddenly, 2 figures fell from the sky and blocked off Yi Yuan's front and back exit routes. The current Yi Yuan was equivalent to a turtle in a jar. Little Tong had a helpless look as he said, "See, trouble came." However, his face did not have much worry. But seeing the arrivals ahead, Yi Yuan's face turned dark. This person was precisely that man who told him about this path in the tavern. The other person was also drinking with him. That man had a smug look as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Brat, you've worked hard to support him over. Now put the person down. Then you should leave." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "You intentionally led me here? Turns out that the trouble you said was yourself." That man laughed loudly and said, "I took people's money to help them avert a disaster. His trouble isn't me. But if you were to insist on it, that's fine too. Either way, he's about to pa S on right away. Once martial artists really got drunk, their divine soul was also in a paralyzed state and was naturally clueless about the outside world's danger. Hence, if one was not really in a bad mood, they normally would not drink until like Lung Su. The current Lung Su was equivalent to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yi Yuan looked at that man and said coolly, "Since that's the case, you saying to let me leave is also to deliberately let me lower my guard, right? You're very careful when doing things." The moment that man heard, he laughed loudly and said, "Boy, you're very clever, but sadly, you're not suited for the world of martial artists. This world is one where the weak are praised that the strong feasts on. Your kind-heartedness won't have a good outcome. In your next life, remember to be more cold-blooded. One should not be a busybody. A person should hold back when talking and doing things." This was general knowledge of the martial artist world. But Yi Yuan did not seem to know this common sense at all. Or should he say, he knew but was not willing to do it. This kind of fool would naturally die sooner or later. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "You're so confident like you've already cornered me." That man said smugly, "Otherwise, you don't think that you, a first firmament celestial deity, can still stir up any waves, right? I urge that you'd better not wake Lung Su. You won't have this chance." This man was an initial stage third firmament celestial deity powerhouse. That man at the back was also a peak second firmament celestial deity powerhouse. Yi Yuan being a peak first firmament celestial deity, they did not take him seriously at all. "Fool!" Little Tong snorted coldly and scolded. The moment that man heard, he burst out laughing and said, "Heard that? Even this little kid is scolding you stupid. If you died, then you died. You even had to harm this little brat to die together with you. Truly sorrowful." Little Tong could not resist rolling his eyes. This guy was really dumb to the max. What kind of comprehension ability was this? Yi Yuan placed Lung Su in a corner and said to Little Tong, "Look after him for a while. It will be over very soon." "Oh," Little Tong said very casually and did not express much. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned to that man again and said, "Hey, ask you one more time. Is the Lung family just after Pa S sing through this alley?" That man was taken aback and immediately laughed loudly and said, "For what? You want to send him home even if you become a ghost? TSK, TSK. You, brat, are really loyal to friends, making me not bear to kill you." Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Looks like still have to find somebody else to inquire. Also, the fool that Little Tong said just now was referring to the two of you, not me. Amen. I think that before you guys die, you should still understand that." That man was stunned again and had yet to understand what was going on when Yi Yuan's figure already disappeared. That man's gaze turned intent, and he said in horror, "Spatial law." The scent of death hit him head on. He opened up world power straight away, planning to use world power to feel Yi Yuan's position. But it was all futile. Pucci, a sword poked out of the void, silently, directly swiping his throat. Fresh blood gushed out. His eyes began to turn lax. Only at this time did he understand what kind of terrifying opponent he had provoked. When the man opposite saw this scene, his face turned deathly pale. Without the slightest hesitation, his figure fled into the void, wanting to escape this alley at once. It was just too bad that in front of the fourth firmament spatial Law Yi Yuan, this kind of escape appeared feeble and powerless. Pucci, another sword, a peak second firmament celestial deity powerhouse fell. Inside the heart of the void realm, 3 years of enlightenment on Tao, Yi Yuan's realm made tremendous progress in the first place, drifting inside the S.P.A.C. for 10 years. Yi Yuan's realm had already reached peak first firmament celestial deity, coupled with fourth firmament spatial law and middle stage fifth firmament Sordao laws. His strength was G. Oh, D knows how many times stronger than during the Bamboo Groove martial conclave. Initial stage, third firmament celestial deity. If not in existence with exceedingly high law comprehensions, they posed not the slightest bit of threat towards Yi Yuan. Very sadly, this man was not. Killing them was similarly a matter of lifting a finger. Seeing this scene, little Tong's gaze turned sharp. This boy's strength improved again. This guy doesn't know what's called bottleneck at all. These few years, little Tong had also witnessed Yi Yuan's improvement. In a short decade, Yi Yuan's improvement could practically be seen with the naked eye. Too fast, even he, this Empyrean powerhouse, also sighed with admiration at Yi Yuan's talent. Yi Yuan helped Lung Su up again and said helplessly, "Isn't this guy the Lung family's young patriarch? Why did he end up in this plight?" Casually finding a third firmament celestial deity, and he could take his life. Little Tong pursed his lips and said, "In prominent families, brothers fighting among themselves is all too normal. What's the big fuss?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "That's true too, come on." The Lung family's address was not hard to inquire, casually inquiring, and one would know. Actually, the place where that man pointed to was not far from the Lung family. It was just that there was no need to pass S through this alley. This alley was the place to kill that they meticulously arranged. It was just a pity that their strength was lacking. They were killed instead. Yi Yuan arrived in front of the Lung Manor's front door and just happened to be UMP into a young man. The moment that youth saw Lung Su, his expression could not help changing drastically. He took Lung Su from Yi Yuan's hands and berated Yi Yuan. "Young brother Su, why did you drink until like this? Who are you people? What did you do to younger brother Su? Come men, capture these two villains for me." Chapter 1843 Essence Gathering Pag. Chapter 1843 Essence Gathering Pag. Under that young man's word of command, quite a few men sprang out immediately, directly surrounding Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's face turned cold. This guy was so unreasonable, not even asking, and then wanted to capture him indiscriminately. What logic was this? Your brother got drunk, so I sent him back. That's all. Toward those family guards who surrounded him, Yi Yuan did not care and just explained nonchalantly, who knew that young man gave a cold laugh, and said, "Ha, you would be so kind. I think that you want to conspire a plot against young brother Su, right? What are you still waiting for? Capture for me. If he dares to resist, capture and summarily execute." When those family guards received the order, they immediately attacked Yi Yuan. When attacking, it was very vicious. How was this capturing a person? It was clearly to kill one. Yi Yuan's face turned cold, his figure immediately vanished. Plussing. Several cold lights flashed past. That young man only saw a pile of hands fly into the air, tragic screams linking up together. Within a breath, the family guards all had their hands cut off. The young man's face changed drastically when he saw the situation. He clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Yi Yuan put away the sword and stood there, looking at the young man, as he said, coolly, on the account of Lung Su's face, "I won't go on a killing spree today. But I warn you, don't come and provoke me." Done talking, Yi Yuan swaggered off. The young man's face changed several times, his gaze finally landing on Lung Su, and his brows could not help knitting tightly together. Awesome. Brother Yi Yuan, come, let's cheers again. Lung Su's eyes were hazy from drunkenness, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Yi Yuan, who was that guy? Such formidable strength. June, how does his strength compare to yours?" A man in black suddenly appeared next to the young man and said with cupped fists, This subordinate isn't confident. The young man said in a cold voice, presumably so. Otherwise, you would have made a move just now. Looks like the black smoke twin fiends failed. I didn't expect that this good-for-nothing younger brother of mine actually found such an expert, really underestimated him. Originally thought that it was just a first firmament celestial deity. I didn't think that his strength was actually so formidable, and that even you don't have the confidence either. Go and check for me. We must dig his details inside out. The young man gave Lung Su a glance, full of disdain. The man in black said, yes. Leaving the Lung family, Yi Yuan went to the Essence Gathering Pag. Set up by the City Lord Manor. Yi Yuan's realm already reached peak, first firmament celestial deity. He planned to enter a retreat here for a period of time, and Salt second firmament celestial deity. Presently, Yi Yuan's law comprehension already far surpa said his realm. His realm became the greatest factor restricting his strength instead. This essence gathering pag. There was a self-service cultivation pag. Anyone could come in to cultivate. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had sufficient divine essence stones. Furthermore, it was middle-grade divine essence stones. In the imperial capital, low-grade divine essence stones were already unable to satisfy the requirements of martial artists' cultivation. Transactions here were all carried out with middle-grade divine essence stones. The essence gathering pag. There was divided into a total of 9 levels. The cultivation rooms here were calculated according to days. The first level required to pay 10 pieces of middle-grade divine essence stones a day, which was also 30,000 low-grade divine essence stones. Further up, the middle-grade divine essence stones that each level required would increase several times over. Reaching the 9th level, it needed 3,000 pieces of middle-grade divine essence stones a day, which was a rather horrifying number. One had to know 3,000 middle-grade divine essence stones were equivalent to 30 million low-grade divine essence stones. And this was merely just one day's cultivation expense. Of course, the effect was completely different too. Yi Yuan heard that the spiritual energy concentration of the 9th level cultivation room was much stronger than even the obstructed tillage, spiritual eye. Naturally, the number of divine essence stones required was also extremely frightening. Yi Yuan entered the essence gathering pag. And went straight up to the 3rd floor. There were many cultivation rooms inside the essence gathering pag. People entered and left from time to time. The place was very crowded. When the 3rd floor's martial artists saw a first firmament celestial deity come up, each and every one of them gave sidelong glances. Logically speaking, first firmament celestial deities normally trained on the 1st floor. Coming to the 3rd floor was purely wasting divine essence stones. Because of the concentration of spiritual energy here, first firmament celestial deities were unable to fully absorb it at all. The 3rd floor's cultivation rooms needed to pay 50 middle-grade divine essence stones a day. Yi Yuan went 1 round and finally found an empty cultivation room. But he was rather curious why this cultivation room was not in use. Yi Yuan did not think that much either, immediately gathering 4,500 pieces of middle-grade divine essence stones and placed it into the card slot outside the cultivation room. His action drew a series of weird looks. A first firmament celestial deity placed 4,000 over middle-grade divine essence stones in one go. Truly extravagant. By the side, someone said with a sneer, this kid is really a sucker. Rumble. With a loud noise, the door of the cultivation room slowly opened. Yi Yuan was just about to enter inside when a cold voice came from behind. Boy, this is my cultivation room. Who permitted you to enter? Yi Yuan turned around and saw a young man in fine clothing. This young man looked at Yi Yuan a mocking expression on his face. Your cultivation room? The cultivation rooms here don't seem to register names, right? Yi Yuan asked with a curious look. That young man chuckled and said, Aren't you curious why this place is clearly empty, but no one came over to put divine essence stones? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Now that you said it, it's really rather strange. The young man said smugly, This is my Han Zhao's private territory. So, body dares to come. Yi Yuan looked at Han Zhao, curled his lips, and said, Like that, huh? I didn't know. How about this? Either way, I didn't go in, so you can just return the divine essence stones to me. Then this cultivation room is yours. Han Zhao burst out laughing when he heard that and said, Ha ha, you're asking me for divine essence stones? What a hoot. All around, those martial artists also revealed mocking smiles. This kid wouldn't be a fool, right? Han Zhao has used this move to scam no idea how many people. Can't be helped. This guy's strength is too strong. Within the third firmament celestial deity realm, and, body is his match at all. This kid, a first firmament celestial deity, actually dares to ask Han Zhao for divine essence stones. I reckon that he'll suffer. Yi Yuan's expression turned dark, and he said, In that case, you intentionally waited for me to put down divine essence stones before coming over. This Han Zhao, Yi Yuan naturally had an impression. In reality, when he just came over, Han Zhao was not far away. Han Zhao laughed loudly and said, I did it on purpose, so what can you do to me? Now get further away. Otherwise, you can be prepared to go out lying down. Bang! Han Zhao's voice had yet to fade when his entire person directly flew out backward, slamming heavily onto the wall of the opposite cultivation room, fresh blood spurting wildly. This foot of Yi Yuan's was kicked solidly. There are really self-righteous idiots everywhere. This time, take it as teaching you a lesson. Not anyone is who you can afford to provoke. Yi Yuan retracted his gaze that was like looking at a moron, turned around, and entered the cultivation room, leaving behind only the crowd who were starting dumbfoundedly with gaping mouths. Rumble! Following Yi Yuan entering, the door of the cultivation room slowly closed. Chapter 1844, Digging One's Own Grave. Chapter 1844, Digging One's Own Grave. So strong. Was that spatial law? My G. A first firmament celestial deity actually kicked a third firmament celestial deity, flying with one kick. I didn't expect that Han Zhao actually failed in a simple task. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, it took everyone's breath away. Everyone harbored the mentality of watching the show, thinking that Yi Yuan would suffer a big loss. They did not expect that in the end. It was Han Zhao who went out lying down instead. This kick was not light. Han Zhao vomited blood nonstop and did not recover for a long while. Brat to actually dare sneak attack me. 3 months later, the shame of this kick. I want you to repay it twofold. Han Zhao clutched his chest and said in a cold voice. Everyone knew that Han Zhao was genuinely enraged. His ident. 1. Tai was not ordinary. He was the imperial capital's Han family's descendant. The Han family was a major family clan that ranked in the top 3 of the imperial capital. Their strength extremely formidable. Several days later, the man in black appeared in front of Lung Hao. Young master, I've already inquired clearly that brat's name is called Yi Yuan, just entered the imperial capital. As for where he came from, there's no way to find out. In short, prior to this boy was unknown. Lung Hao was slightly surprised when he heard that and said, Shouldn't be such a stonies. Plus in talent. He definitely came from an imperial capital or even a great imperial capital. How could he be unknown? Could you have made a mistake? The man in black said, This subordinate already screened through all the monstrous geniuses who possessed spatial law in great imperial capitals, as well as imperial capitals under Heavenly Emperor Brookfeather's command. There isn't Yi Yuan this name. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be wrong. Great imperial capitals and imperial capitals under a Heavenly Emperor's command were not as many as imperial cities. As long as there was an information channel, screening could still be done. But they did not discover Yi Yuan this person. Hearing this, Long Hao also heaved a sigh in relief and said nonchalantly, "Since that's the case, then don't keep this punk anymore." "What is he doing now?" The man in black clasped his hands and said, replying, "Young master, he's in close seclusion inside the Essence Gathering Pag." "Oh, da." Heard that he paid 3 months' worth of divine essence stones in one go. Furthermore, he even injured the Han family's Han Shao. Lung Hao was taken aback and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Han Shao? It's that disappointing fellow who was an adopted son of the Han family, right? But like this is good too. With that kid's nature, I reckon that he won't let Yi Yuan off either. But just in case, better send Iron Eagle to go and finish him off." When the man in black heard that, he said in surprise, "Young master, isn't this making a big fuss over a minor issue? Iron Eagle is a 4th firmament celestial deity powerhouse. Celestial deity realm. The difference of each minor realm was tremendous. 4th firmament celestial deity was another level. This strength could be the patrolling inspector of imperial cities below already. One had to know the patrolling inspector of the Southridge 10 nations was merely 4th firmament celestial deity too. Now, wanting to have him go and deal with a 1st firmament celestial deity, it was putting fine timber to petty use. This was a bit too much. Lung Hao waved his hand and said, "A lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. This boy's strength isn't weak, so best be a little safer. You saw it too. 3rd firmament celestial deity isn't his match at all." The black-clothed man's gaze turned slightly sharp, and he said with a nod, "Yes, this subordinate will arrange it right away." 3 months later, inside the cultivation room, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. His current aura was already much stronger than before. His divine vortex became much smaller again compared to when he was 1st firmament celestial deity, but the traces of divine marks became slightly clearer. 2nd firmament divine vestige. Although it was just initial stage 2nd firmament divine vestige, in terms of divine essence thickness, even ordinary peak 2nd firmament celestial deities might not be able to match up to Yi Yuan. And this was precisely his powerful capital to jump realms and challenge to battle. Rumble! The door of the cultivation room opened once more. Yi Yuan slowly walked out. Suddenly, a cold light flashed past and already arrived in front of Yi Yuan's face. An ambus! H. Plus the strike was grasped perfectly. Clearly, it had already ACCU mulat momentum for a long time and did not give Yi Yuan the slightest reaction time at all. However, Yi Yuan mobilized spatial law even faster than the other party, only to see his thoughts stir. The sword light was already drawn into the void by Yi Yuan. Following that, his 2 hands clamped and directly clasped the tip of the sword that followed closely after. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, quick to the extreme. In everyone's eyes, it had not even started and already ended. "It's you? Really? Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. L has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. I spared your life, but you don't know how to be grateful and instead went from bad to worse." Yi Yuan's tone gradually turned cold. This person in front of him was none other than precisely Han Shao. He went back and recuperated his injuries for more than a month before fully recovering. But in his heart, the more he thought, the more he could not take this lying down. Hence, these few days, He guarded outside the cultivation room, planning to give Yi Yuan a fatal blow. He felt that Yi Yuan being able to trample him with a kick was entirely due to his own negligence. With his third firmament celestial deity cultivation, if he suddenly made a sneak attack, it was nigh impossible for Yi Yuan, a first firmament celestial deity, to ward it off. It was just a shame that he still miscalculated. Han Xiao felt that his sneak attack was very perfect, but even under this kind of circumstances, he still failed. He finally knew that that kick of Yi Yuan's was not some sneak attack. The other party's strength was genuinely powerful. He desperately wanted to pull his sword out. Yi Yuan's fingers were like pincers, unable to budge at all. "Brat, what do you want to do? I'm a member of the Han family. If you dare to touch me, you'll die very horribly." When Han Xiao saw that he was not a match, he could only bring the Han family out. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Han family? The Han family's people can be so overbearing and can act with utter disregard for human life like this. If you want to kill people, you need to have the readiness to be killed." Han Zhao's gaze turned intent, directly abandoning the long sword, scampering away at once. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and threw the long sword in his hand out. "Whose? H. Plus it was only to see a cold light flash pa-s, said him. Han Zhao's heart directly had a hole pierced through. So strong. He broke through to become a second firmament celestial deity. Can second firmament celestial deities be so strong? The sneak attack just now. Even fourth firmament celestial deities will likely find it hard to ward it off when caught by surprise too, right? This guy actually blocked it. The people outside naturally all knew that Han Xiao was planning to sneak attack. They thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure and harbored the thoughts of watching the show. But who knew that the one who died was not Yi Yuan, but Han Xiao? However, Yi Yuan actually really dared to kill the Han family's people. This guy was really bold. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan walked out of the essence gathering pack. Oh, duh, and walked over in the direction of the tavern. After a few turns, Yi Yuan walked into a remote alley. Following all the way, does your esteemed self still not plan on taking action? Suddenly, Yi Yuan stopped and said coolly. A gray-robed man slowly walked out of the void, holding a sword while standing. This gray-robed man's eyes were cold, the murderous aura on his body extremely strong. One look, and it was clear that he was not a good guy. "Brat, you're very strong to actually be able to discover my traces." Iron Eagle said, icily. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said, "You came to kill me. Don't you know that I know spatial law? What are you parading your bit of skill in front of me for? If I didn't guess wrongly, you're sent here by the Lung family, right?" Iron Eagle's eyes turned intent, and he said, "You're very clever. It's just a pity that you're going to become a dead man very soon." Chapter 1845, A Sword Crossing the Void. Chapter 1845, A Sword Crossing the Void. Regarding this kind of words that brimmed with confidence, Yi Yuan had always turned his nose up at it. He just said coolly, "I should have warned him before not to come and provoke me. His and Lung Su's enmity, I'm not interested at all. Me and Lung Su are just chance acquaintances. That's all." Iron Eagle's brows furrowed when he heard that and said with a cold smile, "You want to clean yourself up with one sentence? Chance acquaintances. You would kill the Black Smoke twin fiends and even send young Master Su back to the manor? Do you know that you ruined young Master Hao's important matter?" Yi Yuan did things based on his heart. It was just that this thing already happened. Others naturally would not believe his explanation. Killing the Black Smoke twin fiends was equivalent to declaring war on Lung Hao. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "They wanted to kill me. I shouldn't just extend my head over for him to chop, right?" Iron Eagle said in a solemn voice, No need to explain anymore. No matter what you think, you have to die today. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he laughed. Is a fourth firmament celestial deity very impressive? Want to kill me? You can give it a try, Yi Yuan said very calmly. Fool, who doesn't know what you're talking about. Now, I'll let you take a look at the disparity between initial stage celestial deity realm and middle stage celestial deity realm. Iron Eagle's gaze turned dark. Fourth firmament celestial deity's world power gushed out frenziedly, enveloping the entire alley inside. Although the intel was wrong, Yi Yuan already broke through to second firmament celestial deity. To him, Iron Eagle, it was the same. The result was all death. Iron Eagle took out a Thunder G, OD hammer, akin to a G, OD descending to earth, directly swiping it at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was just about to make a move when his gaze suddenly turned intent, and he stopped. When Iron Eagle saw the situation, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. He thought that Yi Yuan saw his might and directly gave up resisting. But right at this time, a figure suddenly showed up, blocking between the two people. Rumble! With a loud noise, Iron Eagle's figure flying out backward. Why, young Master Su? Iron Eagle's face changed, not expecting to actually run into Lung Su. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Lung Su's mouth, and he said, "My good big brother really can't wait. Being brothers, it really chills my heart." Iron Eagle's expression was very ugly. Clearly, his conversation with Yi Yuan just now, Lung Su heard all of it. "Why, young Master Su, you're mistaken." Lung Su flicked his sleeves grandly and said with a cold snort, "Enough. At this point, are you still going to explain yourself? Could it be that, in your eyes, I'm an utter moron? Go back and tell your master, Yi Yuan is my friend. If he dares to touch a hair of his, I'll never rest until he's dead." Iron Eagle let out a sigh and was about to turn around and leave. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. "Don't need to bring these words back anymore. You can stay behind." Iron Eagle was taken aback when he heard that and could not help laughing as he said, "Just the likes of you want to keep me behind, too?" Lung Su also said, "Yi Yuan, very sorry. I don't have the strength to make him stay. But you rest assured. This matter, I'll definitely claim it back for you." Iron Eagle chuckled and said, "Young Master Su's words are said a little too conceitedly, right?" Since they already lost all decorum, Iron Eagle was no longer apprehensive anymore too. Either way, Lung Su and Lung, how were already like fire and water. This was something that everyone knew. It was just that in the past, everyone competed in the dark. But now it became an SAS signation. Lung Su's expression could not help changing when he heard that, and actually did not say anything to refute. Clearly, Lung Su's situation in the Lung family was not too good. "Yi Yuan, sorry, I'm useless," Lung Su said in shame. Iron Eagle chuckled and said, "Kid, consider yourself lucky today. But next time, you won't be so lucky." Yi Yuan said coolly, "No need for next time. I'll give you this chance right now." Yi Yuan. Lung Su was just about to persuade him further, but then he heard Yi Yuan saying, "Brother Lung, you wait a moment. We'll go and drink 100 bowls again in a while." Iron Eagle could not help laughing loudly when he heard that, and said, "Ignorant fool, since you're taking the road to ruin yourself, then I'll send you off." Finished talking, Iron Eagle's aura released again. World power crushed over towards Yi Yuan. On Yi Yuan's body, blue fine lines spread out. A strange force isolated Iron Eagle's world power. Wrath of the Thunder G. OD. Iron Eagle's Thunder G. D hammer was raised high up. In the entire world domain, it was all berserk lightning and thunder, the momentum extremely shocking. This lightning domain was akin to the furious roar of heaven and earth, making people's faces change. Yi Yuan stood inside, but was like it had nothing to do with him. He looked at Iron Eagle. He raised up his frost counter sword slowly and said, "Coolly, strength is decent. You indeed didn't disappoint me. I recently comprehended a style of sword art. It's just nice to test the sword on you." Iron Eagle laughed wildly to no end when he heard that and said, "Arrogant and ignorant young man, using me to test the sword is at the cost of your life. Go to Hell. Iron Eagle waved the Thunder G. D hammer, landing it towards Yi Yuan's head. For a moment, the lightning in the entire SPAC gathered over towards Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Lung Su's expression suddenly changed, and he cried out in shock, "Careful!" He was just about to make a move to help Yi Yuan, but heard Yi Yuan's voice drift over. "Calm down, I'm fine." Right at this time, Yi Yuan moved as well, a sword crossing the void. Lung Su saw a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan's figure already vanished. When he appeared again, he was already behind Iron Eagle. Lung Su's expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "This spatial SHI plus FT law's fusion." How could Lung Su not perceive that this sword of Yi Yuan's fused spatial law and sword Dao law? The commotion was not noticeable, but the power was extremely shocking. That boundless lightning dissipated into nothing very quickly. How is this possible? Iron Eagle's eyes were full of incredulity. Then his body started collapsing. Finally, it turned into nothingness. Before dying, he seemed to have seen infinite fear. This sword of Yi Yuan's virtually annihilated the void. SMAs. Plussing his body into pieces. After 3 years of enlightenment, Yi Yuan did not only comprehend the fourth firmament spatial law, but he also further fused the laws, creating a sword crossing the void. This sword art could be said to have gathered the grand achievements of Yi Yuan's martial Dao, Unleash, plussing the power of laws to the extreme. Its power was unimaginable. The moment this move was released, not only was it swift to the extreme, it could even instantly cut the void into countless pieces. Lung Su looked at that figure in the distance, shocked until he could not close his mouth. Fourth firmament celestial deity was practically an insurmountable high mountain to third firmament celestial deities. But Yi Yuan just broke through to second firmament celestial deity and could actually directly kill a fourth firmament celestial deity. This kind of strength was simply dreadful to the ears, especially that sword just now. It really took his breath away. Although Lung Su's strength was stronger than Iron Eagle's, this move, he touched his own heart and felt that he could not receive it. Yi Yuan put away the sword and stood there. Coming before Lung Su, he said with a smile, "Brother Lung, come, let's drink." Lung Su was taken back and immediately laughed loudly and said, "Okay. Today, I definitely won't lose to you." Yi Yuan also laughed and said, "Just your bit of alcohol tolerance. It's really not enough to fill the crevices between my teeth." The two laughed loudly and walked in the direction of the tavern. Chapter 1846, Contesting for Young Patriarch. Chapter 1846, Contesting for Young Patriarch. "Come, I'll toast you a GLA. S. Thank you for your life-saving grace." Lung Su raised his head up and downed it in one go, putting down the wine bowl. Lung Su said with vicissitudes of emotion, "Drank until I was senseless that day. If not for you, I'd probably have croaked already. These few months, I was still muddling along without any aim, thinking of coming to find you to compete in drinking every day. But sadly, you never came again. If I didn't happen to pa S by today, I wouldn't even know that I actually already went to the gates of L and back." After Lung Su woke up that day, He did not remember what happened in the alley at all. But competing in drinking with Yi Yuan that day, it was still fresh in his memory. For so long, it was still his first time encountering a guy who could bring him down. Hence, he kept thinking about it and was going to find Yi Yuan again to compete in drinking. Today, Lung Su just happened to pass by. That was how he heard Iron Eagle's words. It was also precisely because of this that Lung Su was even more moved in his heart, showing kindness without expecting repayment. Yi Yuan, this friend, he was bent on making it. If it were others, saving the Lung family's young patriarch, they would definitely think of ways to suck up to him. At the very least, they had to fish some benefits from the Lung family too, but Yi Yuan did not. From this, one could see Yi Yuan's moral character. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That day I sent you back to the Lung Manor. Lung Hao wanted to take me down indiscriminately. I wasn't willing to intervene in your Lung Manor's disputes and also just happened to reach the point of breakthrough. So I simply chose to enter close seclusion. It's just that I didn't expect that Lung Hao still wasn't willing to let me off." Lung Su smiled bitterly and said, "Lung Hao definitely thought that you were a helper that I invited. That's why he would deal a fatal blow to you. In fact, it was all me who implicated you." Yi Yuan raised his GLA-S and downed a bowl, saying with a smile, "I don't like trouble, but I am not afraid of trouble too. However, what on earth is going on with your Lung family?" Lung Su immediately downed a bowl himself when he heard that and said with a sigh, "Brothers fighting among ourselves. It already caused a huge scandal in the whole city. Truly disgraceful. Actually, I'm not inclined toward the position of the young patriarch at all. But to no avail, this big brother of mine is very persistent. It turned out that day Lung Su competing in drinking with Yi Yuan, he had a big quarrel with Lung Hao and was in a bad mood. That was why he came to the tavern to get drunk. Lung Su and Lung Hao, the two brothers were very close since young. Lung Hao also took extra care of Lung Su. These two people's talents were both very strong, both leaders of the Lung family's young generation. Except there was one thing: Lung Hao was an adopted child. His status in the Lung family was far from Lung Su's. Lung Su was the son of the family head. Furthermore, his talent was outstanding. His status in the Lung family was extremely high. Brothers being kind and loving to each other was originally something that everyone envied. But sadly, a few years ago, the Lung family's family head, Lung Hongtian, was suddenly killed. The elders elected Lung Hongtian's young brother, Lung Hongxiu, as the family head. Lung Hongxiu had no sons, just a daughter. This way, Lung Su's ident. Tai became awkward. Lung Su's disposition was indifferent, his character unrestrained and carefree. He did not care about the ident, Tai of young patriarch, at all. But Lung Hao, this person, gradually changed. Lung Hao became very calculating, roping in elders in the family clan, marginalizing Lung Su. But on the surface, the two people did not lose all decorum and were still a pair of close brothers. Except, even though Lung Su's character was free and easy, he was not stupid. 3 months ago, Lung Hao found an excuse and exiled a very close uncle of Lung Su out of the main family. Lung Su finally could not hold back. He got into a big fight with Lung Hao. He also did not expect that Lung Hao would actually send people to assassinate him. Although the Black Smoke twin fiend strengths were not strong, they were very clear about the ways of the Jianghu. On that day, seeing Yi Yuan and Lung Su compete in drinking, they knew that their chance had come. Except they did not think that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Actually, I really don't care about this position of young patriarch. I told Lung Hao before. I'd rather not be this young patriarch than be willing to have brothers turn against each other, but he doesn't believe it at all. He doesn't believe it at all. Ha ha ha. Lung Su raised his head and drank a large bowl of wine. Crystalline tears already welled up in his eyes. Yi Yuan also sighed unceasingly after he heard it. Once a person was reduced to a slave to authority, their entire person would undergo earth-shaking changes. He could feel that Lung Su really did not care about the position of young patriarch. But Lung Hao did not believe it at all. He felt that Lung Su was deliberately making him lower his guard. Yi Yuan raised his GLA.S and said, "Good times today, stupor tomorrow. Forget all these unpleasant things. Come, cheers." Lung Su laughed loudly and said, "Ha, cheers. Today, I won't lose to you easily." Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Competing and drinking with me, you're not qualified enough yet." While talking and laughing, the two drank another 100 over GLA.S. Finally, Lung Su was overwhelmed by the alcohol and collapsed once more. Lung family, the black-clothed man, came to Lung Hao's courtyard hastily. "Young master, things are bad. Iron Eagle, he's dead." Lung Hao's face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, How is this possible?" The black-clothed man was still in shock until now, as he said in a solemn voice, "It's absolutely true. After Yi Yuan came out of seclusion, he directly killed Han Xiao at the Essence Gathering Pag. Oh, duh. Then he was about to go to Guiling Tavern when someone saw Yi Yuan kill Iron Eagle with one sword move. Furthermore, Lung Su was also around. One sword move. Killing Iron Eagle. He only used one sword move. Lung Hao said with a look of disbelief. A first firmament celestial deity killed a fourth firmament celestial deity with one sword move. How was this possible? The black-clothed man smiled bitterly and said, "Yi Yuan already broke through to become a second firmament celestial deity. Originally, this subordinate didn't believe it either, but this is the fact." Furthermore, Lung Hao's face turned dark, and he said, "Spit out what you have to say. Beat around the bush for what?" The black-clothed man's expression turned somber as he said, "Lung Su and Yi Yuan drank too much at Guiling Tavern again. Now, Yi Yuan sent Lung Su back again." Lung Hao's expression was incomparably ugly, not expecting that it would actually be this result. A fourth firmament celestial deity powerhouse was already the limit that he could mobilize. Fifth firmament celestial deity powerhouses had very high statuses in the family. They were not what he could mobilize currently. Of course, if he could become the young patriarch, it would be another matter. Lung Hao paced back and forth, seemingly digesting this news. Suddenly, his footsteps paused, and he said, "Just now you said that he killed Han Xiao." The black-clothed man nodded his head and said, "When Yi Yuan just came out, Han Xiao's sneak attack failed, and he was killed by Yi Yuan with one sword move." One sword move. One sword move again. Lung Hao's expression was not too good. This Yi Yuan was too troublesome. Lung Hao said in a solemn voice, "Don't need to care about this Yi Yuan anymore. Han Dongjun, that old thing treasures this son of his the most. He definitely won't be willing to drop the matter. Rather, it's Lung Su. Looks like our plan have to start getting into gear. The position of young patriarch can't be delayed anymore. Is there any news from the Qianling Manor, that side?" The black-clothed man said, "Eldest Miss already left seclusion. It's said that she already broke through to the middle stage, fifth firmament, celestial deity realm." Lung Hao sighed with admiration as he said, "Qianling is really a genius. Her talent really makes people blush with shame. It's just a shame that she's a girl. All right, this matter, you don't need to care anymore. I'll go and find the family head straight away. The struggle for young patriarch should also have a result already." Chapter 1847, this battle. You must go. Chapter 1847, this battle. You must go, foster father. This dazzling crane plumage garment was purchased by Howard from the hands of a true G. O.D. powerhouse at a great price. This celestial deity mystic treasure on young Sister Choling would be most exquisite. In Lung Hongxiu's courtyard, Lung Hao had a respectful look, carrying some fawning and a bit of caution. One had to say, this Lung Hao was a fierce and ambitious person too. Many years ago, before Lung Hongxiu became family head, Lung Hao already acknowledged the other party as foster father and ingratiated himself with him in all manners. One could say that he was a character who was capable of dealing with people, although he was a B.A.S.T.A.R.D. child. His status in the family was still quite high, being brothers with the young patriarch, foster father, and son with the second master. All these were not what just anybody could achieve. Of course, Lung Hao doing so was actually just to make his life a little better, his future a little brighter. He did it, except even he himself also did not expect that Lung Hongxiu would actually become the family head one day, and his close brother, Lung Su, actually became the Lung family's marginalized figure. This made his thoughts stir. In terms of talent, he was inferior to Lung Su, but Lung Hao always felt that he was only like this because he was inferior to Lung Su in terms of resources. One had to know how much he paid for the sake of today. As long as he could become the young patriarch, when he grasped power in his hands, his cultivation speed would definitely go up, and his position would also be more stable. Perhaps one day, he could take charge of the Lung family. One had to admit, Lung Hao's schemes were very elaborate. When Lung Hongxiu saw this gorgeous dazzling crane plumage garment, his eyes could not help lighting up. This garment worn on his daughter, Lung Choling, would definitely be as beautiful as a fairy. The Lung family's most talented descendant was not Lung Su, let alone Lung Hao, but the Lung Choling who was known as an iceberg beauty. Several hundred years ago, Lung Choling gained enlightenment on Tao on the Heavenspan Mountain at the age of 500 and stepped into the realm of celestial deity. And now, several hundred years pass. Said again, Lung Choling already broke through to the fifth firmament celestial deity realm. Such talent, placed in the entire imperial capital, it was an extremely dazzling existence. In contrast, Lung Su paled much more in comparison. What Lung Hongxiu valued the most was also this daughter. What did it matter if he had no sons? With this daughter, it was enough. For Lung Choling to be able to become the family head, it naturally had great connection to Lung Choling. Among peers, Lung Hongxiu was not without compet. One tours, but the elders' council let him take over the family head with unanimous agreement. In reality, Lung Choling was not just his Lung Hongxiu's pride. She was also the Lung family's pride. The reason why Lung Hao put so much effort on Lung Hongxiu was naturally because of Lung Choling too. Not bad, very good. Ho-ho, you're very thoughtful. Lung Hongxiu nodded his head in satisfaction. To martial artists, beauty was naturally secondary. The most important thing was that this dazzling crane plumage garment was a celestial deity mystic treasure, its defensive power extremely strong. But beauty and tangible benefits being paid equal attention to, who would refuse? Lung Hao smiled and said, "This is what this child should do. These few years, foster father has taken good care of me. Young Sister Choling and I are closer than actual brothers and sisters. What does this little thing count for?" Lung Hongxiu gave Lung Hao a glance and said, smilingly, I've discussed with the Elders' Council a few days ago. They feel that Su'er continuing to hold the position of young patriarch now is indeed rather awkward. Of course, you also have to bring out the corresponding strength. 10 days later, you and Su'er will have a compet. 1. Tyan. The victor will become the new young patriarch. I have no biological son, but you're my son. When Lung Hao heard this, he prostrated on the ground, tears on his face as he said, Foster father, this child, really don't know what to say. Lung Hongxiu helped him up and said smilingly, It's been so many years. Does father still not know your character? You're different from the rest. Back then, I haven't risen to power yet. Xiuling's talent also hasn't been revealed yet, and you got quite close to our family. Lung Hao's face was extremely moved, but in his heart he was filled with ecstasy. So many years of investment, it was finally time for the returns. How could he not be agitated? Lung Hao was different from the rest. When others were hugging the family head's thigh, he did not go, because he did not have that qualification. Hence, he deliberately approached Lung Su and Lung Qiuling. When Lung Qiuling was very young, he saw that terrifying cultivation talent of Lung Qiuling's one time. At that time, he decided to invest in her. Along with Lung Hao's standing rising, his ambition also grew greater and greater. Lung Hongxiu said, I know that your strength is stronger than Suer's, but this compet, 1. Tyan is of utmost importance, sharpening the spear, just before going into battle. Even if it's not sharp, it will also be bright. These 10 days, you cultivate well, don't be distracted by other things. Lung Hao bid farewell and left. A beautiful figure stepped out of the void. Father! Lung Hongxiu looked at his daughter with a doting look and said with a smile, You and Howard played since young. Why is now that you're not even willing to meet him now? Lung Qiuling frowned slightly and said, Big brother Lung, how he changed. Lung Hongxiu said, People will always change. Come, try put on this dazzling crane plumage garment. This kid is thoughtful too. Lung Qiuling instinctively resisted a little, but seeing that father was very enthusiastic, she finally still put it on. In Lung Su's courtyard, Lung Su was drowning his sorrows in wine again. Yi Yuan smiled and said, There are still 10 days, then it's the battle to determine the young patriarch. But you're being dispirited here. Is it really okay? Lung Su directly raised the jar and said to Yi Yuan, Drink, this kind of lousy thing. Care about it for what? Yi Yuan pressed down his wine jaw and shook his head and said, Treat you as a brother. I'll say a few words from the bottom of my heart. If you won't listen, just take it as I didn't say anything. Seeing Yi Yuan's solemnness, Lung Su could not help being surprised. These few days, Yi Yuan had been drinking with him to relieve boredom all along and never said a word. Today, no idea why, he would actually be so serious. Lung Su already regarded Yi Yuan as his only brother now, and naturally attached great importance to his attitude. He nodded his head, put down the wine jar, and said, You say? Yi Yuan said, This battle you must go. Furthermore, you must win. Lung Su's brows furrowed, and he said, What for? Brother Yi Yuan interrupted him, saying, I know that you're not inclined towards the position of young patriarch, but it's precisely because of this that you have to go even more. You can disregard this empty reputation, but if you even lose your heart of martial arts, you'll be a walking corpse in the future. This kind of person who will think much of you. I'm willing to drink with you because I feel that your character is unrestrained and carefree, and not because you're a good-for-nothing. Moreover, your father made you the young patriarch. Do you want to tell everybody that the former family head appointed a good-for-nothing? Yi Yuan's words were akin to a series of thunderbolts, which sounded out in Lung Su's heart. Yi Yuan continued and said, Your father was killed. Your brother betrayed you. You indeed have sufficient reason to be decadent. But you ask yourself, are you resigned to it? Your father's grudge, Are you not avenging anymore? Also, Lung Hao, he already wants to send you to your doom. Once he holds power, do you feel that he'll allow you to live? Therefore, this battle, you have to win. Even if after you win, you tell everyone that you feel it is beneath your dignity to be their young patriarch. Lung Su's gaze gradually changed. From hazy, it became resolute. Indeed, he had far too many things to do. Lifting his head, Lung Su downed the jar of wine and said, "Brother Yi, thank you." Chapter 1848, What the HELL happened. Chapter 1848, What the HELL happened. Young patriarch, it's not good. Lung Hao was currently cultivating in close seclusion when the black-clothed man suddenly barged in. The battle to determine the young patriarch was about to come to an end immediately. The black-clothed man observed his speech and countenance, and already quietly changed his term of address. Sure enough, the moment Lung Hao heard, his mood immediately became much better. "Amen, what's going on?" The black-clothed man said, "A few days ago, Lung Su was still spending his days dispiritedly and indulging in excessive drinking every day. Since yesterday, someone saw him practicing the sword in the courtyard, seemingly very hard-working." The moment Lung Hao heard, he laughed disdainfully and said, "What is 10 days of effort enough to do? No matter how he trains, he's also not my match. You came to interrupt my cultivation for this matter?" The black-clothed man was startled inwardly and said, "Young master's many years of hard work has already reached the most critical juncture. You mustn't be careless." Lung Hao's brows furrowed. He thought about it and said, "Forget it, your reminder makes sense. There's a bottle of heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder here, enough to make the person's divine essence not circulate smoothly. You find an opportunity and let my good younger brother consume it. This battle, I want to beat him openly and uprightly." As he said, Lung Hao fished out a small bottle and set it to the black-clothed man. The heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder was colorless and tasteless. Even if one drank it, it would not be discovered either. Only during the combat, time would flaws be revealed. The black-clothed man smiled when he heard that and said, "Many years of long-cherished wish finally becoming real. This lowly one congratulates young patriarch in advance here." The 10-day period set in a twinkle. On this day, many people gathered on the Lung family's practicing field. The Lung family's disciples, family guards, even servants, all came to watch this battle of young patriarch. The superficiality of human relations. The old family head set away unexpectedly. Now, Lung Su can't even keep the position of young patriarch. This battle is also just a formality. Lung Su's strength is not as good as Lung Hao's to begin with. If Lung Su is sensible, he should have directly given up today. The fickleness of human nature was nothing more than this. The old family head had already died for many years. Now, Lung Hao was akin to the noonday sun. Everyone all knew that he was about to become the young patriarch. There naturally would not be anyone who would go and fawn on Lung Su anymore. In a large family clan, like the Lung family, human relations, were even colder. Perhaps because he was about to become the young patriarch, Lung Hao seemed very enthusiastic. He had long arrived at the ring. For this kind of important event, Lung Hongxiu, as well as the Lung family's elders, also all showed up one after another. Only Lung Su failed to show up. An elder was somewhat impatient from waiting and said with a cold snort, "Humph! This Lung Su is also too outrageous, making so many of us elders wait for him alone. I think that this young patriarch, really don't have a need to continue to be one anymore. Lung Su is too undisciplined and carefree." He's normally not very respectful to elders. Speaking of which, Lung, how this child is really not bad. The other few elders also seemed rather impatient and echoed in agreement. When Lung Hao heard these elders' discussion, he was pleased with himself inwardly. These elders, he normally waited upon them nice and cozily. How was it condescending, like Lung Su, not paying any attention to the elders at all? Hence, Lung Su's position of young patriarch also sent him onto the road to ruin. Lung Hao smiled when he heard that and said, "This battle is very important. Young brother Su preparing longer is understandable. Hope that elders can be patient and wait a while longer." Lung Hao's words immediately made the elders feel content. Even Lung Hongxiu also could not nitpick any problem, secretly nodding his head. Except that celestial maiden-looking woman next to him furrowed her brows, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, automatically opening up a path. A handsome, young man leaped lighting, jumping onto the ring. He looked at Lung Hao and said with a faint smile, "It's still Big Brother, Hao who understands me. Such an important battle. How can I not prepare properly?" The current Lung Su, the decadence on his face was swept clean, his spirits soaring, like he gained a new lease on life. When Lung Hao saw that faint smile of Lung Su's, he could not help being surprised in his heart. In the past, what he saw in Lung Su's eyes was pain and decadence. But the Lung Su today seemed to be different from in the past. What the H-E-L-L happened in these 10 days? Suddenly, his face changed, and he said, "You actually broke through." Lung Su nodded as he smiled and said, "Today's opponent is Big Brother Lung Hao. So, how can I not work harder?" Seeing the surprise on Lung Hao's face, a hint of delight flashed across in Lung Su's heart. Today, he wanted everyone to know that he, Lung Su, was the Lung family's #1 genius. This young patriarch, I don't want it. Of course, him being able to break through was naturally all thanks to Yi Yuan. His realm was just initial stage, 4th firmament celestial deity. Originally, it was naturally impossible to break through so quickly. It was Yi Yuan's void spirit divine pill that let him break through to middle stage in a short 10 days. Lung Hao's realm was late stage, 4th firmament celestial deity. This way, the gap between the two immediately narrowed significantly. Although Lung Hao's talent was pretty good, Lung Su's was clearly a notch higher. His law comprehension was stronger than Lung Hao's. Lung Hao's expression was somewhat awkward as he smiled and said, "Ha, very good. However, my realm is still higher than yours. There's absolutely no way that I lose to you." Lung Su looked at Lung Hao and said with a calm smile, "Is that so? Big Brother Lung Hao, you've always been the big brother in my heart. You're my goal to catch up and Serpa. S. And today, I'm going to catch up from behind." He was not joking. Lung Hao's strength indeed looked down on everyone among the Lung family's junior generation. Otherwise, with his illegitimate ident, one Tai, it was also impossible to be recognized as the young patriarch. Lung Hao had always been an irreplaceable elder brother in Lung Su's heart. Hence, that was why he would be so decadent being edged out by Lung Hao. A stalwart image crumbling in one's heart, this blow was tremendous. But under Yi Yuan's help, he finally still got up. Seeing that confident gaze of Lung Su's, Lung Hao sneered incessantly in his heart. Lung Su already drank the heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder. Even if his realm broke through again, it was also useless. This battle, it could only be him who won. Lung Hongxiu smiled and said, "Since Su'er has also come, then this battle for young patriarch begins." With the battle starting, sword energy immediately crisscrossed on the stage. The two people were experts in the sword. Law comprehensions were also both comprehended to rank 5. The cultivation method that they cultivated was also pretty much the same. However, the late-stage fourth firmament, celestial deity Lung, Hao actually could not gain any advantage over Lung Su. The more Lung Hao fought, the more alarmed he got. Lung Su's power of law also improved. What the H-E-L happened in these 10 days? Why did Lung Su become like a different person from before? Furthermore, why didn't the heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder show effect until now? Lung Hao was practically going crazy in his heart. Big brother Lung Hao, being absent-minded, you'll lose. Lung Su said with a smile. Lung Hao was startled inwardly, the force from his hands increasing a bit more. But he was very puzzled. Why didn't the heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder show effect until now? Is Big Brother Lung Hao waiting for the heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder to take effect? Don't need to wait. I indeed drank the heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder, but the poison has already been detoxified. Right at this time, Lung Su suddenly opened his mouth again. Lung Hao was wildly shaken in his heart. The heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder's poison was resolved. How was this possible? Chapter 1849 Spectacular Blunder. Chapter 1849 Spectacular Blunder. This sudden change shook Lung Hao's mind. For a moment, he was actually suppressed by Lung Xu. No way, I absolutely can't lose. A voice shouted in Lung Hao's heart. He prepared for so many years, living like a dog. Now that he had a chance to turn things around, how could he lose? Shiyu Hao Ling's sword. Lung Hao shouted, a sword emerging. The 4 directions trembled. The entire ring teemed with his sword intent. So strong, indeed worthy of being Lung Hao, to actually cultivate my Lung family's strongest sword style, Shiyu Hao Ling's sword, to such a level. Lung Hao used his trump card. Looks like the outcome is a foregone conclusion. Below the stage, someone immediately cried out in surprise. Lung Hao's momentum was shocking. His sword lights virtually enveloped Lung Su completely. However, amidst the sword rain, Lung Su said coolly, Shiyu Hao Ling's sword. Is it? Big brother Lung Hao, with 10 days of practicing the sword, I finally had some understanding. Let us decide the victor with the Shiyu Hao Ling sword. Finished saying, Lung Su swung his long sword. 10,000 streams of sword intent condensed frenziedly and actually faintly suppressed Lung Hao. Lung Hao's expression suddenly changed and said, impossible! Middle stage, rank 5 sword Dao law. You never grasped it after so many years of comprehension. So how can you possibly suddenly comprehend it? He suddenly discovered that these 10 days, the changes that happened to Lung Su were too many. Not only did he break through his realm, he even broke through sword Dao laws. Could this be a coincidence? This coincidence was also a bit too many, right? However, there was already no time for Lung Hao to consider, only to see 2 powerful sword Dao laws collide together fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. On the stage, incomparably dazzling light bloomed. Countless powerful sword lights bombarded together. Poor work. Suddenly, Lung Hao spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood, body flying out backward, falling heavily on top of the stage. He desperately wanted to crawl up, but a sword was already pressed on his throat. Another inch further, and he would kick the bucket. Big brother Lung Hao, you lost. Lung Su's nonchalant words made Lung Hao shudder. Death-like silence. The battle that was originally just going through the motions actually had a shocking reversal. The Lung Su that no one was optimistic about actually won, which was also to say that Lung Su was still the young patriarch. For some time, quite a few people's hearts started racing. These days, quite a number among them kicked him while he was down, and did not show Lung Su any good. I tooed. If Lung Su continued to be the young patriarch, wouldn't he find them to settle the scores afterward? These people had their own little schemes. Actually, no one really cared about them. Right now, the most awkward one was Lung Hongxiu and the elders. They arranged this duel in order to let Lung Hao ascend to the position of young patriarch right and properly, who knew that Lung Hao actually lost. Of course, this could not be blamed on Lung Hao. Lung Su's improvement, everyone saw it. 10 days' time, Lung Su could be said to have been reborn anew. But this conclusion, how should the matter be wound up? No one spoke. An atmosphere called awkwardness spread through the crowd. Lung Hao's face was deathly pale, his heart like dead ashes. Many years of hard work wiped out in a day. That kind of unwillingness was virtually going to burst through the sky. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Your Lung family really made a spectacular blunder. Ha ha ha. Right at this time, a taunting voice sounded out. A group of powerhouses rushed straight into the Lung family's manor. Lung Hongxiu's face turned dark, and he said in a cold voice, Han Dongjun, you dare to barge into my Lung manor without permission. Are you tired of living? But Han Dongjun's face fell, and he said, Lung Hongxiu, my son was killed, but your Lung family is harboring the murderer. Why can't I barge inside? Lung Hongxiu said in a cold voice, Nonsense! Why would our Lung family harbor your son's murderer? Han Dongjun chuckled and said, This will have to ask your new? Oh, nope, old young patriarch. Lung Hongxiu's brows furrowed, and his gaze involuntarily looked towards Lung Su. Lung Hao originally already lost all hope, but Han Dongjun's appearance made him ignite the last trace of hope. Lung Su, you covered up sinister motives and actually colluded with outsiders to make our Lung family lose face. My young brother Su, I know that you're not happy with Big Brother, but this is our Lung family's affairs after all. You doing this really disappoints people too much. Lung Hao got up and said, righteously. Lung Su also did not expect that Han Dongjun actually directly brought people to barge into the Lung family. Suer, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Lung Hongxiu's tone also gradually turned cold. As the saying went, don't wash dirty linen in public. No matter how troubled it was in the family, one also should not lose face until it went outside. Even though the Lung family's internal strife was already not some secret, but Han Dongjun came too coincidentally, just nice the crucial part of selecting the young patriarch. This had to make people's minds fall into a reverie. Lung Su was silent for a moment and said, coolly, Han Xiao was killed by me. If you want the person, take me away. But when Han Dongjun heard it, he burst out laughing. But very soon, his expression turned dark, and he said in a cold voice, Punk, you can't escape responsibility either. But the person who killed my son, I've long investigated it, clearly. It's a brat called Yi Yuan. Hearing this name, that 10,000 years ice-like face of Lung Qiuling's finally had a trace of change. Lung Hongxiu was slightly surprised and asked, You know him? Lung Qiuling recovered her calm very quickly and shook her head and said, Shouldn't be the same person. On Heavenspan Mountain, the shock that person brought to her was too intense, such that until now, that person's figure was still revolving around in her mind, unable to wave away for a long time. Except it was impossible that the Yi Yuan out of Han Dongjun's mouth was that the Yi Yuan she knew. With Yi Yuan's cultivation speed, it was also impossible to reach celestial deity realm now, even if his performance on the Heavenspan Mountain was extremely breathtaking. Pray tell, a martial artist who used more than 500 years before barely managing to cultivate to the Divine Lord realm, how could he possibly break through to celestial deity realm in a short 4 to 500 years? One had to know the breakthrough to the celestial deity realm was more than 100 times harder than the divine lord realm. Lung Su's expression was very ugly. He knew that Yi Yuan was right under the stage. He wanted to let Yi Yuan slip away quickly by taking advantage of the crowd. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of leaving at all. Swuz. H. Plus, just as Lung Su was in a daze, Lung Hao suddenly launched a sneak attack, suddenly smacking a palm toward Lung Su. Lung family's traitor. Why haven't you hand over the person yet? Kneel down for me. This palm was too sudden. Lung Su did not react at all. When he wanted to defend, it was already too late. But right at this time, a figure appeared out of thin air, charging out from the side. Bang! An incomparably heavy palm force directly smacked Lung Hao flying. For your own selfish interests, not scrupling to kill your younger brother. Outsiders came to invade, and you didn't stint to sell out your brother, letting outsiders see a joke. A person like you is also fit to be the young patriarch. The Lung family is really a joke. Yi Yuan's words were full of cynicism. Seeing that slightly thin figure on the stage, Lung Qiuling's gaze was full of shock. Chapter 1850. Take this boy down for me. Chapter 1850. Take this boy down for me. You, who the H.E.L.I. do you think you are? To dare gesture and comment on my Lung family's affairs? Killing my brother? What proof do you have? The one who made the Lung family lose face is you and Lung Su. Not me, Lung Hao. You stand here and spout empty rhetoric. Based on what? Lung Hao being kicked, flying by Yi Yuan with a foot. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of enmity. Ever since Lung Su knew Yi Yuan, everything seemed to have changed. But now it was AG. Oh, given opportunity. Yi Yuan himself courted death, provoking Han Dongjun. This was a chance for him to turn the situation around. When Han Dongjun saw Yi Yuan, his two eyes were practically spewing fire. You're that Yi Yuan who killed my shower? Han Dongjun gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly. His thoughts stirred. A maidservant and a black-clothed man fell onto the stage. He turned to Lung Hongxiu and said coolly, this maidservant is a spy that Lung Hao planted around Lung Su. A few days ago, she put heavenly fragrance tendon-softening powder into Lung Su's food. It was in order to make Lung Su lose today's battle for the young patriarch position. As for this black-clothed man, he's Lung Hao's confidant. What Lung Hao has done these few years, as long as family head searches his soul, you'll naturally know everything. Seeing these two people, Lung Hao's expression changed drastically. That maidservant was still all right, but that man in black was his right arm and knew his affairs like the back of his hand. If his soul was searched, it was all over. Actually, that day at the Lung Manor's entrance, Yi Yuan already detected the existence of this black-clothed man. It was just that the other party did not make a move. He did not take action either. That day, the black-clothed man and the maidservant met secretly but was detected by Yi Yuan, who had sharp spiritual sense. He caught them red-handed, but in order not to stir the GRAS and alert the enemy, he deliberately let the black-clothed man leave. Today, taking advantage of the interval of the battle for young patriarch, Yi Yuan went to capture the black-cloth man and this maid. Lung Hao's countenance naturally collapsed on its own. Family head, don't listen to this guy's words. He has evil designs. I don't know these two people at all. Lung Hao's eyes revealed some panic, but defended himself through sophistry. These few years, in order to become the young patriarch, he did quite a number of things that could not be exposed to the sun. Once it was exposed, he would be totally ruined. But Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, if not for Lung Su, do you think that I'd bother with this nonsensical and messy thing? Fabricating charges against you? Are you also worthy? Lung Hongxiu's expression was also not looking too good. Right now, the development of things had gone far beyond his expectations. How could he not perceive the panic in Lung Hao's eyes? However, Lung Hao was not some heinous and wicked beyond redemption person in his impression. On the contrary, he thought very highly of Lung Hao. It was also precisely so that he pushed for Lung Hao to become the young patriarch. Lung Su's personality was too undisciplined and carefree. Honestly speaking, it was also not suited to inherit the position of family head. These were all within Lung Hao's scope of considerations. He was currently the head of a family and had no choice but to consider a little further. But right at this time, the Han Dongjun, who had been treated as heir all along, said furiously, "Punk, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Are you the murderer Yi Yuan, who killed my shower?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said crossly, "Who are you? Do I know you? Why do I have to talk to you? Also, didn't Lung Hao call my name just now? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear?" Uft. Yi Yuan's words made the Lung family's people all simmer with laughter. Even the Han family people that he brought also could not refrain from laughing. Han Dongjuan's fury towered to the sky. His son was killed, and he even had to be scoffed at by this fellow. What was it with this world? Little brute, you actually dared to kill Shower. Today, even if the Jade Emperor comes, he can't save you either. Han Dongjun said angrily. Yi Yuan said with a scornful look, "When I killed Han Shao, there were many people around. It was clearly him who ambushed, wanting to kill me, but was counter-killed by me. But now, you're questioning me. Ha! The Han family's people are really overbearing." Han Dongjun said in a cold voice, "Who the H-E-L-I do you think you are, to also dare compare to my shower? You're just a trash who's less than animals in front of him." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Yeah, this trash who's less than animals killed your son using only one move. Your son is lesser than even a trash who's less than animals." Uft. Another burst of laughter sounded out, making Han Dongjun unable to contain his anger. He roared, "What are you laughing at? Laugh again, and I'll tear your mouths." Finished talking, his expression was very grim as he turned to Lung Hongxiu and said, "Lung Hongxiu, what are you going to do? I'm going to bring the person away right now. You have no objections, right? He already admitted to killing Shower." Lung Hongxiu gave Yi Yuan a glance and said coolly, "This person isn't a member of my Lung family. If you want to bring away, I naturally have nothing to say. But it can't be within my Lung family's boundary. After this matter is settled, I'll chase him out of the Lung family. At that time, whether you want to kill or dismember, it's up to you." The moment Han Dongjun heard, he grinned and said, "All right, I can wait. Brat, killing my shower, you'll know how severe the consequences are." Toward Lung Hongxiu's attitude, Yi Yuan was not too surprised. He just shrugged and said, "Just the likes of you can't make me stay." Han Dongjun seemed to have heard some hilarious joke and snickered as he said, "Shameless boasting fool, a measly second firmament celestial deity also wants to escape from this Han's hands. If I let you escape, this Han absolutely won't show face in Thousand Sor Imperial Capital in the future." Han Dongjun was a half-step true G. Oh, de-existence, his status in the Han family rather high. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan, this second firmament celestial deity, it was also impossible to escape from his hands. Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "You have to remember what you said today. At that time, don't go back on your word." He comprehended spatial S-H-I plus foot one thought, and he would be hundreds of thousands of miles away. Even a true D powerhouse also had to expend a lot of effort to catch up to him, let alone a mere half-step true D. By the side, Lung Hao was incomparably conflicted in his heart. He really wanted to go up and kill those two with a palm. But this way, him silencing people to prevent divulgence of his secrets would be equivalent to being confirmed. But not killing once Lung Hongxiu searched the souls, wouldn't he know everything? Right then, Lung Hongxiu spoke. Since you say that Howard entrapped Sewer, then I'll carry out a soul search on these two. If it's not like what you said, don't blame my Lung family for not being courteous. Lung Hongxiu looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Yi Yuan did not speak, but in his heart, a hint of foreboding premonition arose. It seemed like he somewhat underestimated the feelings between Lung Hongxiu and Lung Hao. Right at this time, the divine soul power of a true Ji, D realm released, Russ, plussing into those two people's sea of consciousness domineeringly. Poor work. The two people virtually spewed out a blood arrow at the same time, then fell to the ground, already ceased breathing. Yi Yuan's face changed. Was this doing away with the witnesses? Lung Hao's expression was incomparably nervous. His entire body was practically going to tremble already. Would Lung Hongxiu announce his crimes? Lung Hongxiu's closed eyes slowly opened, looked at Yi Yuan, and said indifferently, talking nonsense, ruining my Lung family's reputation. Come men, take this boy down for me. Chapter 1851, Confounding Black and White. Chapter 1851, Confounding Black, and White Lung Hao's heart was practically jumping out of his throat. Happiness came so suddenly. No, wait, should say that his many years of hard work had not been in vain. Foster father, he still kept his thoughtfulness in mind. Swuz, H, plus swuz, H, plus swuz, H, plus several figures dashed straight onto the stage, surrounding Yi Yuan in the middle. But Lung Su's face changed, and he said furiously, Uncle, no matter how displeasing to the eye you find me, you also can't confound black and white, right? This matter has nothing to do with Yi Yuan. You let him go. I'll shoulder all of the charges. The current Lung Su was really disappointed to the max with the Lung family. He had never wanted to fight for anything before. But the vortex of the mundane world insisted on dragging him in, stirring him up until he was reduced to pieces. This feeling made him somewhat mentally and physically exhausted. Because of Yi Yuan, he was able to stand on the stage dignified and openly today defeat Lung Hao and win back his own heart. Because of Yi Yuan, he could walk out of decadence and find that former self. Now, if Yi Yuan was dragged down because of this matter, he could not forgive himself no matter what. However, Lung Hongxiu's face fell, and he said, Insolence! Your meaning is that I lied in front of so many people? You keep saying that Lung Hao is like this, like that. This is all your one-sided words. Then how do I know how many things you've done to let down the Lung family? Back down! Lung Su's complexion was like dead ash, but he refused to take a single step back. Blocking in front of Yi Yuan, he said stubbornly, I'm not backing down. Lung Hongxiu's face turned dark, and he said, I announce that starting from today, Lung Su's position of young patriarch is abolished. Lung Hao is the Lung family's new young patriarch. All attack for me. Take both of these two down for me. The moment Lung Hao heard this, his face revealed a hint of wild elation. So many years of long-cherished wish. He finally got his Wisconsin H. Plus, furthermore, looking at the situation today, Lung Su would find it hard to escape death. A man knows when to yield and when not to. Just an outsider. Is it worth it to die for him? In his heart, he was very disapproving of Lung Su's way of doing things. But it was also precisely because of this that it gave him an opportunity to exploit. At this time, Han Dongjun laughed loudly and said, Ha ha, Lung Hongxiu don't need to trouble you to take action against this little animal. I'll directly capture him and be done with it. Lung Hongxiu nodded his head lightly and did not say anything. Now that it came to this, whoever captured Yi Yuan was the same. In the black-clothed man's sea of consciousness, he naturally saw many things. Many of them even harmed the Lung family's interests. But there was one thing, a very large part of the things was done for him and Lung Qiuling. With this, it was sufficient. What he searched was not Lung Hao's soul. He could only deduce Lung Hao's goal through these things. Although it was wrong for Lung Hao to have done these things in order to become the young patriarch, it was also not unforgivable. The most important thing was that Lung Hongxiu inherently felt empathetic for Lung Hao. He was also suppressed by his big brother back then until he could not lift his head. All the way until he gave birth to an excellent daughter that it eased up somewhat. So he knew how difficult it was for Lung Hao to obtain his status today with his ident. One time, Han Dongjun laughed loudly and looked at Yi Yuan with a smug look as he said, "Brat, you got no temper now, right? Your mouth is formidable, but sadly, your strength is too weak. In front of me, Han Dongjun, you're just an ant. Ants can't possibly escape my control." Finished talking, Han Dongjun's world power released and arrived with a howl. The violent world power crunched over towards Yi Yuan, confining all of the S.P.A.C. around him. Yi Yuan could only get captured without resistance. Bang! A loud noise came over. Han Dongjun's entire person pounced onto the ring. However, Yi Yuan's figure was already gone. What's going on here? Where's Yi Yuan? Everyone looked at this scene with astounded faces. They did not even blink their eyes, but Yi Yuan disappeared without any traces, just like this. Rather, Lung Hongxiu's expression changed. That calm and collected expression finally had a trace of change. "Are you looking for me?" Up above in the sky, Yi Yuan stood in the air as he said, coolly. Han Dongjun's face changed, and he exclaimed, "S spatial S, H, I plus FT? How is this possible?" Spatial S, H, I plus FT? Fourth firmament spatial law. My G, OD. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. He actually comprehended spatial law. Unless it's a true G. O, D powerhouse. Otherwise, N-O, body can keep him behind it all. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Their strength was too weak and could not see clearly how Yi Yuan escaped Han Dongjun's certain kill blow just now. The fourth firmament spatial law. This kind of law comprehension was virtually a G-O-D-like existence to them. Although people who comprehended spatial law were few, they were also not zero. In a place like the imperial capital, there would still occasionally have that one or two appear. But being able to cultivate spatial law to the fourth firmament, spatial S, H, I plus FT this step, there were absolutely none. Yi Yuan having this magical ability, within celestial deity realm, no one could make him stay at all. Han Dongjun's spatial confinement seemed powerful, but in front of Yi Yuan, it was simply child's play. It was too easy for him to want to escape Han Dongjun's confinement. You said just now, I'm an ant, and that it's impossible to escape your control. Then what say you now? You can't even catch an ant, and also dare to speak wildly here? Yi Yuan looked at Han Dongjun, a mocking look on his face. The expression on Han Dongjun's face was extremely ugly. He boasted too big just now. How could he have known that Yi Yuan still had such a contingency plan? Now, it was really losing face until his granny's house. Seeing the Lung family people's amused smiles, he had an aggrieved look. Yi Yuan could display spatial S, H, I, plus foot no matter how many people he brought. It was also impossible to keep Yi Yuan behind. Now, going back to request for reinforcements, Yi Yuan would have long escaped to G. Oh, D knows where. Therefore, he could only cast a pleading look towards Lung Hongxiu. Lung family head, my son's death. Lung Su can't escape responsibility either. I hope that the Lung family gives me an account. Han Dongjun was still summing an arrogant air. When the old patriarch died, the Lung family's strength fell greatly. The present Han family's strength was even a bit stronger than the Lung family. He did not need to give the Lung family this face. Lung Hongxiu's face fell, and he said, "Insolence! Who the hell do you think you are, to also dare speak to me like this?" Pork! Under Lung Hongxiu's powerful pressure, Han Dongjun directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. "Lung Hongxiu, you—" Lung Hongxiu's expression was dark, and he said in a cold voice, a tiger not demonstrating his power, "You really take me to be a sick cat? Even if my Lung family is far from before, it's also not what a random body like you can provoke. Now, immediately scram for me. I'll detain the person. If you want the person, have Han Tianyu come find me personally." Once a true G. D was enraged. How mighty was that? Han Dongjuan's face was ashen. His expression changed several times, and he finally roared, "Leave!" After he left, Lung Hongxiu looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Young man, let yourself be seized without any resistance. If I take action, the aftermath will be hard to say." Yi Yuan did not speak yet, but then he heard Lung Qiuling behind him heaved a sigh. She said, "Lord Father, this matter, let's stop here." Chapter 1852. Almost made a huge blunder. Chapter 1852. Almost made a huge blunder. Everyone was stunned on the spot. The Lung family's peerless genius, Thousand Sore Mansion's disciple, Lung Qiuling, actually sung a different tune with her own father? This reversal was also too dramatic. "Qiuling, what did you say?" Lung Hongxiu was also taken aback and asked. He knew that this daughter was the most filial and would never go against his will. What was going on today? Lung Qiuling said calmly, "The right and wrong. Everyone has a scale in their hearts. Big brother Lung Hao's actions and conduct indeed isn't worthy of the plea of young patriarch. Father, I suggest better to let big brother Lung Su continue to be the young patriarch." Another death-like silence. No one would have expected that Lung Qiuling actually said such words in front of everyone. Even Lung Su also had an astounded face. Lung Qiuling entered Thousand Sore Mansion very early and had very little interaction with him. Their relations, HI plus P, was also not considered close. Why did she suddenly speak up for him? Rather, it was Lung Hao. When he heard Lung Qiuling's words, it was akin to a bolt out of the blue. Even in his dreams, he never dared to believe that Lung Qiuling would actually say such things at this time. In his view, the one least likely to oppose him were Lung Hongxiu father and daughter. But Lung Qiuling actually gave him a fatal blow at this time. Even though Lung Qiuling was the same as him, just a junior of the Lung family, her status was completely different. She was not just the Lung family's proud daughter of heaven. She was also the entire Thousand Sore imperial capital's proud daughter of heaven. Lung Qiuling normally would not care about the Lung family's affairs at all. Her horizons had long already transcended the Lung family's level. But today, she actually spoke up. Lung Qiuling's words were absolutely heavyweight CLA. It was even more useful than all of the elders' words put together. Lung Hongxiu's brows knitted together. Recalling his daughter's reaction previously, he immediately understood in his heart this Yi Yuan was likely that Yi Yuan. Except, could it be that this kid called Yi Yuan really had a powerful background? Otherwise, why would his daughter refute his face in front of so many people? Since Linger already said so, then Lung Hongxiu finally still heeded his daughter's words and planned to announce the final result. Lung Hao's face was akin to dead ash. His many years of hard work were actually no match for Lung Qiuling's one sentence. He hated it. Hang on. But at this moment, Lung Su suddenly interrupted his words. Lung Hongxiu's brows furrowed, but he heard Lung Su say solemnly, "Big brother Lung Hao, I've told you before, this position of young patriarch. I don't care about it. What I value more is familial relations. I plus P and friends. I plus P. It's just a shame that the big brother that was akin to a father and brother in my eyes back in the old days already slowly drifted further apart. I didn't come today to fight with you over this position of young patriarch too. I just want to tell everyone that I, Lung Su, have never thought about continuing to be this young patriarch either. From this day forth, I, Lung Su, resign from the position of the Lung family's young patriarch." This sudden turn of events made everyone stunned. When everyone all thought that the outcome of this struggle for young patriarch was already a foregone conclusion because of a sentence from Lung Qiuling, Lung Su himself actually came forward and wanted to resign from the position of young patriarch. Yi Yuan looked at this scene and secretly smiled as he nodded. He understood that those able to do it like Lung Su were not many. One had to know being a young patriarch meant more cultivation resources and advantages. This point, no one was clearly than Lung Su about it, but he put it down straight away without dragging anything out. Actually, in Yi Yuan's view, although cultivation resources were important, the path was carved out by oneself. However much the cultivation resources, it was also not as important as walking one's path. One's own might was true might, except very few people could understand this. Lung Qiuling's eyes also glinted, clearly very surprised by Lung Su's action. Her horizons had transcended the scope of the Lung family long ago. The reason why she said so was entirely looking on account of Yi Yuan's face. She did not expect that Lung Su did not care about this position of young patriarch at all. Suddenly, Lung Qiuling felt that it was rather funny. It was really birds of a feather flock together. If it were Yi Yuan, he would also do so, right? Even though she did not have much contact with Yi Yuan, she could tell that Yi Yuan was similarly stubborn and unruly, someone unrestrained and carefree. No secular concept could constrain such a person. After falling silent for a moment, Lung Hongxiu nodded and said, "Forget it, all disperse. The position of young patriarch will be discussed another day." With the family head giving a verbal instruction, everyone dispersed, leaving behind only Lung Hao alone, his gaze GLA. SY. Lung Su's final words sent his entire person into a daze. It turned out that an extremely simple thing was made complicated by him. It turned out that this position of young patriarch could be won with extreme ease. But now it turned into nothing. It turned out that Lung Su really did not care about the position of young patriarch. It turned out that all of his efforts were just a superfluous joke. Does father want to ask why I stopped you from dealing with Yi Yuan? Lung Qiuling saw through her father's unhappiness and took the initiative to start the conversation. Lung Hongxiu was at any rate the head of a family, with his daughter Imbara. Sing him in front of everyone. His face had nowhere to put. But toward Lung Qiuling, Lung Hongxiu was clearly very tolerating. He had a black face as he said, "This Yi Yuan is that Yi Yuan, you know?" Lung Qiuling nodded her head. "Just what origin does this boy have? You just had to come forward at this time." Lung Qiuling briefly recounted what she saw and heard back then on the Heavenspan mountain, making the expression on Lung Hongxiu's face gradually change. "Your meaning is that this boy might be a genius under a heavenly emperor's command," Lung Hongxiu said in surprise. Lung Qiuling shook her head and said, I'm also not sure, but that old drunkard's strength. Father, you should have heard of it, right? He actually stood up for a young man who didn't even reach the Divine Lord realm. Isn't this suspicious? Furthermore, the mysteries on Yi Yuan's body are too many, numerous, until it makes people unable to see through. Such a person, we at least can't provoke him. The more Lung Hongxiu listened, the more frightened he got. To be able to make his daughter have such a high appraisal, this young man was clearly not ordinary. In truth, how could a genius capable of comprehending spatial S, H, I plus FT be ordinary? The more he thought, the more lingering Lung Hongxiu felt. If Yi Yuan really came from a heavenly emperor, or even a Tao ancestor faction, then the consequences of touching him would be too severe. This, why didn't you say earlier? Father nearly made a huge blunder. Lung Hongxiu said. Lung Qiuling said, I wasn't aware of it beforehand, too. In truth, I completely didn't expect that in a short few centuries' time, Yi Yuan's strength could actually reach such a level. You have to know, back then when I met him on the Heavenspan Mountain, he didn't even reach Divine Lord realm. Back then, when Lung Qiuling encountered Yi Yuan was only at the boundary of grand completion origin deity. With Lung Qiuling's cultivation speed, ordinary people would only get pulled further and further apart from her. But Yi Yuan actually narrowed the gap until it was just a tiny bit within a short few hundred years. Fifth firmament celestial deity versus second firmament celestial deity, it might be insurmountable to ordinary people for life. But placed on Yi Yuan, it was clearly not very applicable. One had to know, Yi Yuan kicked the fourth firmament celestial deity Lung, how flying with 1 foot on the stage. Chapter 1853, Seeking Battle, Chapter 1853. Seeking Battle really didn't expect that younger sister Qiuling actually spoke up for us at the last minute. Just now, I was really frightened badly. It doesn't matter to me, but if I implicated you, I can't forgive myself in this lifetime. Returning to the courtyard, Lung Su felt lingering fear. Previously, on the stage, saying that it was hanging on by a thread was also not over the top. Even though Yi Yuan had spatial S, H, I plus FT facing a true G, O, D powerhouse, it was also impossible to easily escape. Yi Yuan smiled and said, They won't do anything to me. Seeing Yi Yuan's indifferent look, Lung Su said huffily, You're really reckless. Uncle, he's a true G. Oh, D powerhouse. But speaking of things, it's also strange. My relations, H, I plus P with young sister Qiuling isn't considered close. Why would she refute her own father's face in front of so many people? Just as they were talking, a servant came to report, saying that Lung Qiuling came. This made Lung Su stupefied again. Lung Qiuling came leisurely, like a moving iceberg, emitting a proud and cold aura from head to toe. Not seeing for several hundred years, Lung Qiuling's transformation was very big. It was not just the increase in strength. Her disposition also underwent a drastic change. Lung Qiuling back then was still just a junior. But now, she already faintly had the bearing of someone in the upper echelons. This was portrayed most vividly during the battle for young patriarch. A casual sentence, but no one dared to refute it. When Lung Su saw Lung Qiuling, he went up to greet, saying, Many thanks to younger sister Qiuling for helping us out of our predicament today. Otherwise, Yi Yuan and I would be in danger. Although he did not know why Lung Qiuling would come forward and speak up for him, thanks still had to be said. It was merely a sentence to Lung Qiuling, but to him, it was a life-saving grace. Faced with Lung Su's thanks, Lung Qiuling just said nonchalantly, Big Brother Su doesn't need to be courteous. I was just saying a word of fairness. But her gaze went past Lung Su and looked at the Yi Yuan behind him. Lung Su detected Lung Qiuling's gaze and could not help being taken aback, turning his head and looking toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and opened his mouth and said, "Parting for years, Fairy Lung's elegant appearance is even more radiant than back then." Lung Qiuling smiled faintly and said, "A scholar who has been away 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Young master, you really broadened my horizons today. I want to apologize to young Master Yi and take back the words I said back then." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's all past matters. Mention it for what? Today, this ye still have to thank Fairy Lung for resolving my predicament." Lung Qiuling shook her head and said, "I believe that there is no need for me to get you out of the fix. Young master, ye also has a way to get out of trouble." Although she did not know Yi Yuan's means, if father wanted to keep Yi Yuan behind, it likely would not be that easy. Yi Yuan was not that kind of reckless person. Since he mixed into the Lung family's dispute, he definitely had some reliance. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Although I only had the pleasure of meeting Fairy Lung once, Fairy Lung seems like this ye's old friend of many years, knowing me like the back of your hand. However, I still have to thank you." By the side, Lung Su was long dumbfounded from listening. It turned out that Lung Qiuling and Yi Yuan were actually old acquaintances. It was just that he was very curious. The two people's conversation sounded very familiar, but was also not very familiar. It seemed like they merely only happened to have met once. But this brief one-time encounter could actually make Lung Qiuling behave contrary to her normal behavior and refute her own father's face. Furthermore, Lung Qiuling actually smiled. She smiled at Yi Yuan. In Lung Su's impression, he had never seen Lung Qiuling smile at a guy before. The shock in Lung Su's heart could be imagined. "Then young Master Ye's thanks. Qiuling will accept it. Qiuling has a presumptuous request. I wonder if young Master Yi can agree or not." Lung Qiuling said. Yi Yuan nodded and smiled as he said, "Fairy Lung's request. How can this Yi dare to not agree?" Lung Qiuling's gaze suddenly became sharp, and she said, "Qiuling wishes to have a battle with Sir. I hope that Sir will agree to it." Hearing this, Yi Yuan and Lung Su were both taken aback. Lung Su was incomparably surprised. As the Thousand Sore Mansion's peerless genius, Lung Qiuling could not find an opponent among peers at all. Her opponents had always been those very senior disciples in Thousand Sore Mansion. Their realms were also mostly higher than hers. Now, she actually wanted to challenge a second firmament celestial deity. Of course, Yi Yuan's strength, Lung Su admired it greatly too. At least, he was not his match. But to face Lung Qiuling, it was still not enough. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Okay. Roar of ice. Ice dragon howling sky. Spirit concealing sword." On the stage, two figures fought fiercely without rest. For some time, it was actually hard to distinguish who was superior or inferior. Yi Yuan relied on law fusion and actually forcefully managed to fight to a draw with Lung Qiuling. Below the stage, Lung Su watched until he was dumbfounded, mouth gaping. Turns out that Yi Yuan's strength is actually powerful to such a level already. When he was practicing his sword on me, he didn't even use 10% of his strength. Lung Su murmured. For him to be able to have a breakthrough in power of laws within 10 days, it was entirely because of Yi Yuan's ringing-style training. Back then, Lung Su felt that Yi Yuan was very strong, but did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually strong to the extent where he could battle with Lung Qiuling. Although Yi Yuan was at a disadvantage, he had just entered second firmament celestial deity. Such a monstrous Lung Qiuling was actually leapfrogged and battled by someone. By the side, Lung Hongxiu was similarly incomparably shocked. his daughter's position in the thousand-sore mansion. He knew it like the palm of his own hand. It had always been his daughter jumping realms and challenging others. It was still his first time seeing someone jump realms to challenge his daughter. Seeing this scene, he was even more certain of Lung Qiuling's speculation. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus two figures separated upon contact, each retreating away. Fine beads of sweat actually seeped out on Lung Qiuling's forehead, and Yi Yuan also had a rare episode of panting. Fighting Lung Qiuling was still too forceful to the current him. Lung Qiuling's expression was icy cold, but the shock in her heart could not use words to describe at all. For the first time in her life, she knew what was called a feeling of setback. Recalling when she met Yi Yuan back then, she had once said that Yi Yuan and her were destined to not be people in the same world. But several hundred years had said. This sentence appeared so feeble. Although he was still somewhat inferior in terms of strength, without a doubt, Yi Yuan already arrived at her world. This was indisputable. Furthermore, developing in accordance with this trend, Yi Yuan Serpa's seeing her was merely a matter of time. It was just that Lung Qiuling could not figure out, no matter what, why such a peerlessly talented character would be stuck at grand completion origin deity realm for as long as 300 years. Thinking about it now, this was simply something beyond comprehension. Fairy Lung is indeed well deserving of being a peerless genius. This he concedes defeat. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, this fight just now he had indeed lost. However, Lung Qiuling shook her head and said, young master, you didn't go all out, so how can you say that you're defeated? If it were a death match, who will emerge victoriously is not yet known. Yi Yuan smiled and said, isn't Fairy Lung the same too? In the end, it's still that I'm not strong enough. Not a life and death match. Everyone normally would not bring out their 100% strength. Really reaching that point, that would be the moment of either you die, or I perish already. Wanting to pull back would be very difficult. Chapter 1854, Return and Defeat. Chapter 1854, Return and Defeat. Ha! Little friend Yi is really a dragon among men. I offended you earlier. Looking on account of Qiuling's face, I hope that little friend Yi doesn't blame me. Lung Hongxiu's attitude suddenly changed drastically, making Lung Su stunned too. Previously, after the battle for young patriarch, Lung Hongxiu was still going to be cavalier with Yi Yuan. In this twinkle, he was actually so courteous to him. Even if Yi Yuan displayed his talent, he was just a junior after all. An exalted true Ji. Oh, Deep Powerhouse actually apologized to a celestial deity realm martial artist. This would make people's jaws drop too much. Yi Yuan had a score in his heart and naturally knew what Lung Hongxiu was thinking in his head. One would not hit a smiling face. Yi Yuan smiled and said, family head Lung is too polite. This matter, Yi Yuan had areas where I was wrong too. I hope that family head Lung is magnanimous enough to forgive. Lung Hongxiu hurriedly waved his hand and said, not at all, not at all. Little friend, Yi doesn't know this, but Howard is considered half a son to me. So I view him in a different light from others. That's why there was such a misunderstanding. Yi Yuan smiled and said, family head Lung is also someone who values sentiments. Yi Yuan understands, since Lung Su has no inclinations towards the position of young patriarch, why not family head Lung Pa's the position of young patriarch to Lung Hao? Lung Hongxiu had an awkward look when he heard that, thinking to himself that this kid was so formidable. This move made concessions in order to gain advantages. It was forcing him to clarify his position. Ho-ho, little friend, must be joking. Lung Hao made a grave mistake. I was just about to order people to throw him into the dungeons as a warning to others. So, how can I let him take the position of young patriarch? Lung Hongxiu smiled and said, Lung Su was dumbfounded from watching by the side. Lung Hongxiu's ATT. Too change was a little too big. It even made him have an illusion, feeling that Lung Hongxiu was somewhat groveling. Actually, even though Lung Hongxiu was a true D powerhouse, he was not some fierce and ambitious person who was decisive in going for the kill. On the contrary, he was a little weak-willed. Otherwise, he also would not be led by the nose by Lung Hao, this kind of junior. The reason why he could get his position was entirely relying on his daughter, Lung Qiuling. With such a peerless, proud child of heaven in Thousand Sore Mansion, it would not do for the Lung family to not want to regard him with importance. But in terms of character, he actually had flaws and was not very suited to hold the position of family head. At the thought of Yi Yuan's possible background, Lung Hongxiu put down the proud attitude of a true D realm because he was apprehensive of Yi Yuan. Actually, this could not be blamed on him either. The Heavenspan Mountain was the core location of the entire Heavenspan world. Factions that controlled the entrances of the Heavenspan Mountain, not one was not an apex force of the Heavenspan world. Forget about the Lung family. Even the entire imperial capital could not afford to provoke two. And the talent that Yi Yuan displayed made him even more certain of this idea. Not just him, even Lung Qiuling, her thoughts right now were also pretty much the same as his. But this scene landing in Lung Su's eyes was totally not the case. Hoo-hoo, if little friend Yi doesn't mind, just stay in my Lung family for the time being. You and Lung Su are on friendly terms, so I believe that you can get along very well. I still have things and won't keep you company anymore. Lung Hongxiu smiled and said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, then I'll impose on family head. At the same time, Han Dongjun knelt in front of the Han family's family head. Han Tianyu. Tears and snot were on his face. Family head, you have to stand up for Dongjun. I only have this one son. Now, he was actually killed by someone. That Lung Hongxiu was so impolite, having no respect for you at all. Han Tianyu's brows furrowed. He was not that kind of weak-willed person like Lung Hongxiu, being steered by a few words from Han Dongjun. The Han family's strength was even stronger than the Lung family's. This was not unrelated to him. This family head. After musing for a moment, Han Tianyu said, come, we'll go and demand for the person. Han Dongjuan's talent in cultivation could not make it. It was likely difficult for him to step into the true D realm in this lifetime as well. But his talent in management was very high. The Han family's businesses were mostly managed by Han Dongjun. Now, Han Dongjun was beaten by someone. It was equivalent to giving the Han family a slap. A Han family's descendant was killed, and the father was even injured by people. If this family head did not come forward, it could not be justified no matter what. In Han Dongjuan's view, the Lung family was only making him go into action because of a matter of face. Just a second firmament celestial deity. It was not worthwhile for the Lung family to fight to the bitter end with the Han family. The moment he went into action, he would definitely be captured with ease. However, he miscalculated. Facing Han Tianyu's demand for the person, Lung Hongxiu said with a fake smile, "Ho, Brother Tianyu, Yi Yuan is my Lung family's distinguished guest. You coming forward to demand for the person like this, it's probably not appropriate, right?" Han Dongjun was stunned when he heard that. Before he left, wasn't Lung Hongxiu still yelling about killing Yi Yuan? How did Yi Yuan become the Lung family's honored guest in a blink of an eye? Hearing Lung Hongxiu's words, Han Tianyu's face fell, and he said, "Family head Lung, it's probably improper for you to be like this, right? That Yi Yuan killed my Han family's descendant. If I don't finish him off, how will my Han family still show face to people in the imperial capital in the future?" Lung Hongxiu just said coolly, That's your Han family's business. Nothing to do with me. All in all, this Yi Yuan, you can't touch him." Han Tianyu gave a cold snort and said, "If I insist on touching, could it be that your Lung family is going to go to war with my Han family?" Lung Hongxiu chuckled and said, "Go to war then. Is my Lung family scared of you? Although my elder brother has already said on, don't you forget that my Lung family still has Lung Qiuling." Han Tianyu's face changed, his expression ugly to the extreme. The Lung family was originally already going downhill, but no one could have expected that in these recent 1,000 years, the Lung family actually produced Lung Qiuling, overpowering the other few major families in the imperial capital. Lung Qiuling was currently the Thousand Sore Mansion's treasure. Practically the best resources were piled onto her. Han Tianyu's son was much older than Lung Qiuling, but his current strength was also merely more or less the same as Lung Qiuling's. If the Han family and Lung family really fell out to the point of no return, Thousand Sore Mansion would definitely intervene. Lung Hongxiu was relying on precisely this, that he could tackle the tense situation calmly. Han Tianyu drew a deep breath, eased up his tone, and said, "Younger brother Hongxiu, it's merely a second firmament celestial deity kid. Is there a need to be like this?" Lung Hongxiu gave him an indifferent glance and said, smilingly, "Second firmament celestial deity kid? Ha, Han Tianyu, you're clever all your life, but stupid this once." Han Tianyu was slightly taken aback and said, "What does this mean?" Lung Hongxiu said, "Even though Han Dongjun is a good-for-nothing, he's at any rate a half-step true G. Oh, D existence too. I gave him the chance, but he actually couldn't even capture a second firmament celestial deity. Do you think that this second firmament celestial deity would be simple?" By the side, Han Dongjun was practically about to lose it. Lung Hongxiu actually scolded him good for nothing in front of so many people. However, Han Tianyu looked over with a rather unfriendly expression, making Han Dongjun's face change. He naturally would not say such a humiliating thing for Han Tianyu to hear. A half-step, true G. Oh, D taking action actually could not take care of a second firmament celestial deity. Saying good for nothing was praising him already. "Family head, Han Dongjun stammered, not knowing what to say. Smack! A slap from Han Tianyu immediately slapped Han Dongjun out far away. Such a piece of important information. This D.A.M.N. fellow actually concealed it and did not report, making him come over to lose face together along with him. Was Han Dongjun a good-for-nothing? Of course not. At least in front of a second firmament celestial deity, Han Dongjun was absolutely not a good-for-nothing. Lung Hongxiu's words had a profound meaning. Many thanks for younger brother Hongxiu's warning. Today, it was this Han who was rash. Han Tianyu clasped his hands and took his leave.